through. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and podcast. I'm your host, Jeff Norton. You can see us here every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. Do we have a show on tap for you? It's going to be a good one tonight. It's something that is near and dear to me, and it's called health. Without it, life is not that fun, not that pleasurable. We got on the Skype line, Brendan Gaughran is going to be joining us here. He is the liver medic. We're going to be talking all things liver. So we'll get to him in a few minutes. Man, it never fails. I come into the studio tonight. So let me tell you, I spent all day yesterday in the studio. Nothing wrong with the computers, except right before the show, they all wanted to update. Our main one wanted to update. So I got everything updated, went through all that today to make sure we didn't have those issues and everything. And so then I come into the studio tonight at, my normal pre-studio time. I sit down and I notice that all of our connections from our website to social media sites have been disconnected. That is right. They've all been just kaput. And so I was dealing with that. And so if I seemed a little bit rushed here at the very beginning of the show, that is why, because we literally just slid into home plate. But yes, we are here. So I guess that's a point for the team. So we got everything back up and running, and we are definitely a go for today. So, let me kind of introduce what we're going to be talking about tonight. The inspiration behind the liver medic founder took a disabled New York firefighter. There you go. See, that's what's going to happen tonight. Here, let me do this. Let me stop. It's always good. And I probably shouldn't be doing this, as I have a expert on liver disease and issues with the liver, as I'm drinking my good old cup of coffee, black, Tim Hortons. Thank you, Tim, for providing us with great tasting coffee. Hey, a man's got to have his vices. So he took a disabled New York firefighter suffering from numerous liver-related health issues and rapidly nursed him back to health. In addition to losing a significant amount of weight, I'm interested in that, his blood sugar and elevated liver enzymes had both normalized. This man was able to get back into the gym, play with his children, and experience that has simply changed his life. So that's why I'm all for it. That's why we have Brendan on the show, because I can tell you I am all for things that bring quality of life back to the individual. Brendan, welcome to the Midnight Ocean, my friend.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Jeff.
Oh, wow. Glad to have you. Yeah, this is a subject, we talk about some pretty crazy things here at the Midnight Ocean, but I'll tell you, when it comes to health and fitness, all the things that we talk about are irrelevant if you're in the grave. Well, unless you're going to come back and haunt someone or something like that. So I tend to, when I have an opportunity to have a health guru or someone that can help us live and enjoy life longer, I grab a hold of it. That's why a lot of our newer listeners are going, liver? What does liver have to do with paranormal? Well, it has everything to do with the sense that if you don't take care of your liver, you're going to be part of the paranormal pretty quick. And so,
I would agree with that.
Yeah. Think about it. Besides the brain, the liver is the only other organ in the body that the doctors can't replicate.
That's, it's just funny because I know a couple of neurologists, and that's sort of the discussion that always takes place. Aside from the brain, the liver is it.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's do this. And if you want, I know I'm sitting here looking at it. It's so funny. I wish I had a camera. I've got this 46-inch huge screen sitting above my studio system here. And Brendan, your whole face is taking up. I feel like that IBM commercial, where the guy's and then she comes running in with a sledgehammer. If you want, you can go to audio, man. We don't have to do video. It's okay. It's okay. But no, so
you poor man. That's worse than what my wife gets.
No, it's all right. It's all right. I mean, it's funny. I notice you've gotten the facial hair kind of. That's awesome. Join the club.
Yeah. If for whatever reason, it's the professorial look, I guess.
Yeah. Well,
I think it actually comes in a professor kit.
Yeah, that's it.
Glasses, beard, the whole
glasses.
Whole thing.
Yeah. It's I'm lucky though, because my wife actually likes my little goatee, my little thing that's going on here. So I'm very fortunate. I'm very fortunate.
Hey, it makes you look distinguished.
Yeah. Well, when I cut it off, she gets all mad at me. And she's like, why are you going to? Well, I think it kind of, goes back to my radio roots. It's the Wolfman Jack look, because I got the gray going on with the stripes and stuff. So
absolutely.
Well, we're not here to talk about that. But, so for let's talk about what is the true function of the liver? I mean, what is it? What's its function in the organ system?
Yeah, sure. I give these lectures all across the nation, and I have to say, like, there's a lot of people like liver. Man, you spend your whole life talking about liver. That sounds really boring.
Yeah.
But when you think about it, the liver is there's over 500 different chemical reactions that take place in the liver. It's regulating blood glucose, hormones. It's breaking down and removing toxins. It's critical in immune function. So all of those, every part of your being really has to, at some point or another, go through the liver, either to be filtered or to be regulated. So from that standpoint, it's pretty important. And when it's not functioning correctly, I'm not even going to bother your listeners with the myriad of diseases that people end up having as a result of a non-functioning or misfiring liver. So, and you talked about our friend who's a New York City firefighter and was there on 9/11. And he's one of the best examples of somebody who was sort of mistreating his liver for a long period of time, and he almost died. He lost his eyesight for sure, and he was going to see some of the top specialists in New York City, and they were giving him different types of supplements and different regimens and different diets. Nothing was working until he ended up going to the hospital. His wife called me late one night, and I came down there, and we had I would call it sort of a health intervention. Yeah. And so that sort of changed everything.
Well, and I think it's important too, because I didn't go over your background. I'll let you talk about your credentials, your street credentials and stuff. But I think it's important. You're not. I mean, you come from the medical community. You are
yes.
you're part of the community. You're not someone who said, "Oh, I had a liver issue and I'm, this is what worked for me, and I mash up these Chinese herbs, or I do this whatever. I, roll these dice or whatever." You have your regiment there at Liver Medic is a medical regiment.
Correct. Yeah. My background is molecular biology. I spent time in a molecular genetics lab. I transitioned to the pharmaceutical industry. From there, I went into alternative medicine, which I thought was doing a much better job of treating disease. Yeah. And I've spent over 15 years doing that. And a lot of my time actually is spent either researching or being in front of customers, talking to physicians, talking about diseases and ailments, and what works and what doesn't work. And so, I've been pretty, I haven't been ankle deep in this. I've been neck deep in this.
Neck deep in it. And I mean, one of the greatest books, and when people hear alternative medicine, they instantly will cringe, right? Mm-hmm. And that's, all I've got to say is great marketing from the pharmacy companies.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I read I had a really good friend. He was a programmer. He actually graduated from the University of Chicago and got his MBA. And he went into computers. And this guy was so funny. He's my best friend and in Chicago. And his parents were actually Chinese pharmacists. So they, mm-hmm. they understood. And I asked Long, I'm like, Long, why did you go into computer sciences? He goes, because that's where the money was. because there's no money in Chinese herbs. So then it was funny because then when the computer industry started to fail, what does he do? He goes and becomes Dr. Long. And he literally went through an 8-year program. And one of the greatest gifts he ever gave me was a book called The Web Has No Weaver. Mm-hmm. And it talks about medicine and its true derivative from natural sources. So it's kind of ironic that these pharmaceutical companies would label alternative medicine, where all of medicine and most of apothecary, or prescription stuff came originally from natural sources. Now they genetically modify, and we're going to talk about that tonight in the show.
That is such a great point. That is actually exactly where I was going to go with this, but you sort of hit the nail on the head before I got there. And that book I haven't heard of before. I'm going to have to pick that up. But when I spent time in a research lab in a pharmaceutical company and community, that's all we did. Yep. We looked at what works in nature and tried to replicate it synthetically in a lab, tried to get the exact molecular conformation, and then tried to put it in vitro and see if it worked, or in vivo, So like that is the pharmaceutical community. Okay. So nature's been doing this for millions and millions of years. We've only been doing it and tinkering around with it for a few hundred. I have a tendency to go and would rather use and leverage the alternative stuff that's been used in other cultures for millennia. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, it was funny because I had a flu. I got really sick while I was in Chicago. I mean, like, been over sick. I've never been that sick. And so long, he does the tongue, looks at the eyes, I think I was like his test patient. It's okay though. And then he goes and he brings back this bag. And I'm telling you, it looks like a voodoo bag. No joke. I mean, it's wrapped up nice and it's got Chinese lettering on it. And he has 3 of them, and he gives me a clay pot and he goes, boil this. He said, add 2 cups of water, put these are like roots. They look like bones, roots, starfish. I mean, all sorts of different things. We put it in a pot, and he goes, Jeff, it's the worst smelling stuff you ever. I'm gonna warn you, it's the worst smelling stuff you will ever smell in your whole entire life. And I'm like, at this point, because NyQuil, nothing's working. I'm looking at going to the doctor to get a Z-Pack or something. And he's like, don't do that. That's the worst thing you can do. Right. So I follow his instructions. He brings it over to my house. I mean, and so what am I going to say? So he shows me how to do it. He leaves. I boil it, and he leaves because he's like, I can't stand the smell of stuff boiling. So he's like, I'm out of here. So I do it, and he was right. This stuff was rancid. It took everything I had to keep it down. But I will tell you this: I fell asleep, and when I woke up the next day, I was like completely healed.
Yep.
I was tired because the flu just battered the heck out of my body, but I had no flu symptomology after that. And then he's like, you got to follow up, you got to do it again and everything. But and that's when I was sold. Whenever I had an ailment that did not require, literally cutting it out or replace, bone breaking, I go see my Chinese herb guy before I go see a normal, a plaque hanging doctor. But what I find is cool is you're finding more and more MDs embracing the whole concept of alternative medicine. That's absolutely.
So when I was pre-med, I wasn't aware that this was even an option. Yeah. Like to become a naturopath or even a functional doc, or these were not concepts that, the rest of us that were going through pre-med even thought about. We just immediately were like, okay, I'm going to become an MD. What's our specialty? That blah, blah, blah. But now, I mean, most of the talks that I give are to physicians, and these are progressive, functional docs, integrative docs, naturopaths, chiropractors. But they're all embracing it. This is a movement. This is not, and this alternative stuff that a lot of people are like, I'm not so sure about it. I'll be honest with you. The people who aren't on board are getting really sick. And the people who are on board are not going to the doctor as often. And that's just it.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I don't take any. For me to take an Advil means something.
Right. I'm with you.
I don't trust anything that comes in a bottle, or and especially that has a pharmaceutical company name on it. I don't trust any of it.
Right.
You know,
exactly.
I've been in this business long enough to know, you know, it just doesn't, it just doesn't make, I don't trust them.
Can I share with you a couple of quick stories?
Oh, absolutely. We have all night, my friend. So you can, that's the whole purpose of the show.
So, for our purposes, I'm not going to tell you his name, but I ended up going to school with this guy who was, he was a super athlete, and we were going pre-med together. His father was a doctor. I think his mother was a doctor or something. He had doctors in his family, and he was smart guy. And he would say to me, he's like, I want to become a doctor. And he'd study his, off all the time. And, but he never told me, I want to help people. That wasn't in his vocabulary. Okay. Now he is a full-fledged doc. I'm still in contact with him. He owns a huge home. He owns multiple sports cars. And this is one of the reasons why I'm not telling you his name. This is the sort of the philosophy of some of the individuals who gravitate to the medical field. I got in the medical field because biology interests me. And then I started to see that people were in serious there are some people who call Liver Medic and cannot afford the product. And, in certain circumstances, we will help them out. The point of this is I am here to help people. I don't live a lavish lifestyle. I had that option. I gave it up. But I think that when you look at the medical community, there is a certain personality that gravitates towards becoming a doctor. A lot of them go in it for the right reasons. A lot of them are not. Same thing with the pharmaceutical industry. And sometimes it's more important for them to keep up with the Joneses than it is to solve the problems of their patients. And that's what I don't like. Not every doctor is like that. You're going to find the progressive ones, functional docs, integrative, naturopaths are not like that. So that's who you have to start listening to. Yeah.
Well, actually, my MD, I've got a great MD here in Florida. He caters to people that don't have, and that's why I give him my business, because my business kind of offsets the charity that he does. But if you don't have insurance, and Florida is one of those states that did not opt in to the Medicaid or Medicare, the Medicaid system under Obamacare. So
I don't know why that is. You had a governor who was in charge of an insurance company. How strange.
Yeah, I wonder. I wonder how that works. So he deals with, but what's really cool is I went in there for a physical. I don't know what I did. I do a lot of fishing on the Gulf, and there is a lot of nasty bacteria in that water.
Yeah.
And we're finding that most of it is caused by the oil dispersants that they used under the BP. We actually had a guest on, and scientists.
Oh, you on the Gulf side?
Yeah, I'm on the Gulf side.
Okay, yep.
Yeah,
sure.
And they tell people, even the tar balls, they say do not touch them because they are loaded with flesh-eating bacteria. What it is that they use the biocide to eat up the oil. Well, that biocide it morphed genetically and now is becoming the flesh-eating bacteria. And so when inside the tar ball, and it lives in the tar balls. And now there's a public health warning. If you see a tar ball on the ocean, because most people will go out there and pick it up thinking, oh yeah, this is the BP, or they don't know what it is. If you see a tar ball, they're like, do not touch it because it's nothing but flesh-eating bacteria.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, it's a culture. But needless to say, I do a lot of fishing. So I had my one eye just went swollen shut. And I'm like, what did I catch? Should I get some kind of staph or, whatever? Right. So I went to see my doctor, and, they did the culture, they did everything. And he was like, no, he said, you definitely got a bug. And he's like, look, we got to get you on antibiotics. There's nothing we can do about it. You've got to do, the whole regimen. He goes, because this is definitely you got a bacterial infection going on here. And unless we culture it, what he did, he goes, I don't know what it is, but he goes, I need to get you on a regimen now. Mm-hmm. So I go in and I'm like, okay, so everything. So I walk up to the counter to pay my bill and $50.
Wow.
And I'm like, what do you mean? Here's my insurance. She goes, oh, no. She goes, it's $50. Wow. And by the way, while I was sitting there, because of my size, I'm a big guy. I'm 6'6", and I'm well over 300 pounds, well over.
Yep.
I don't want to, put my all my stuff out
3
there.
bills plus. I got you.
I'm up there. I'm a few stones over 300. And, I'm built like a football player. I actually sat next to a professional football player, and he's looking at me going, what team did you play? And it's like, I didn't play for any. This guy is like, he plays for the Miami Dolphins as their center. So, But it was funny. And the thing is that, so I'm sitting there and he's like, well, let me do an EKG. So for $50, he does my eye. He sends labs off, right, because he did a culture, and he did an EKG.
Wow.
Just to check, just to make sure. He's like, you're here. He goes, when's the last time you had an EKG? Your heart done. I'm like, I haven't, I don't know when I had surgery on my shoulder. And he's like, oh, he's lay down. He goes, it'll take a minute.
Wow, that's impressive.
For $50. And that's how this doctor is. I think his maximum charge, I cut my toe on a piece of metal and sliced it open. It had 7 stitches. Mm-hmm. When I went to the hospital to have them sew it up, it cost me over $5,000.
Oh my God.
Cash. $5,000 because I don't participate in Obamacare.
Right.
I refuse. I'm not doing it. So $5,000 cash. I talked to him. He said it would have been $175.
Right.
For him to sew it up. He's like, Jeff, and this tells you the type of guy. He's like, Jeff, here's our number. And you're actually seeing a doctor too. Oh, by the way, that was a nurse practitioner. Nothing against nurse practitioners. God, I love them. I got to say that because my mother's listening. Oh, yeah. I love nothing, but I was sewn up by a nurse practitioner, not an actual doctor. Over $5,000 was that medical bill. This guy, he has a nurse practitioner. He has a PA in his office, and he also has himself. And he's figured, and he is booked. You can't get in to see him. He's figured it out.
Yeah, the good ones are. You walk into a doctor's office and that lobby is empty. Yeah, you should go somewhere else.
But the other thing of it too is that it always seems that he makes himself available for you, no matter what the condition is. You can call him up and say, "Hey, look, I'm having this," or whatever. And he's like, "Come on in, we'll make room for you."
Yeah, he's clearly one of the good ones.
Yeah, well, he's figured it out. What he does is I've worked in doctors' offices, when I was younger, my mother being a nurse, and he has his day regimented in such a way that, there's no, how do I say this? He walks in, he sees the patient, he sends his PA in to do the treatment, or his nurse practitioner or whoever, to do the treatment. He's on to the next patient, and he does that routine, and he turns patients. It's incredible how quick. Yeah. But he does spend the time with you. Like I said, he did the culture, he did all this stuff. He's just got it down. I don't know why these other doctors' offices, why you're waiting 15 minutes would be a godsend. Oh, yeah. Why you're waiting an hour to 2 hours. Well, I know why, because they double and triple book for the same time.
I was about to say, I lived down in Puerto Rico for a while. Try waiting for a doctor for 4 hours.
Yeah. We go to Manabo in Puerto Rico. We love it there.
Oh, yeah.
But you're in Puerto Rico. You don't need to see a doctor. You just go down to the local. There's always a little apothecary there.
That's very true.
Here, take some of this. This will be good for you. So, Brendan, we're going to take our first break here. It's going to be 4 minutes long. We'll come back and we'll continue this conversation. And I promise I'll shut up and let you talk for a while. So we're on the Skype line. We got Brendan Gaughran joining us from Liver Medic. And yes, we are going to talk about liver issues. I will also address some of your concerns in the chat room about the chat. I don't know what's going on there, but we'll take a look at that as well. But you're listening to the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. Tonight is Everything Liver. Everything Liver.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. Welcome aboard. We're fixing to shove off with our very special guest, Brendan Gaughran, joining us. Founder of Liver Medic. Going to be an interesting conversation tonight. We just kind of scratched the surface, waiting for some of the stragglers out there to join us before we head out into the Midnight Ocean. You can join us here every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. If you're joining us on YouTube for the first time, thank you very much. Make sure you hit that subscribe button before you leave, before the night's over with, so you can be reminded when our next show is. And also, if you're joining us on Facebook Live, I have to tell you, you will be disconnected before the night is over with. We are at battles with Facebook. So, for stupid reasons, copyright reasons, even though we own our music that we play on our show and have a full license to it, they always find something. And it's always some company in South Korea. Go figure. And it's usually right about the time we get into some topic that is esoteric in nature. And I'm sure we're going to, when we start talking about big pharma here with our guest on the Skype line, Brendan, it's definitely going to happen tonight. But if that is the case, you can always go and pick up the feed at YouTube. Just type in the Midnight Ocean. We'd love to have you there. And also, you can just go to themidnightocean.com and listen to us on Spreaker. And I will let you guys know, we do have the chat room is open. If you want to use chat, the only chat that we really watch is the one on YouTube. Seems to be the most reliable one. Now, I have been getting reports that the people are getting delays. I can tell you what that is, guys. They're seeing your messages. After last night's show and the release of Bob Fletcher's show on the Midnight Listeners website, I am sure Big Brother is looking at you. And that video, as promised, is up there at Midnight Listeners. Some of you guys, and I know we have a guest, and I don't want to keep him waiting too much, but I do want to kind of go through this with you guys, and then we'll get back to our guest real quick. If you're watching on video, if you go to Midnight Listener or midnightlisteners.com, you're going to see a page. It's going to look just like the Midnight Ocean page, exactly like the Midnight Ocean's page. Except for one thing. Right here in the upper corner, you're going to see a register or a login. And to register, all you do is click the register button, and that's going to take you over to the register page. The Midnight Ocean page. We'll turn that off because, of course, it's going to bleed back through. So pick a username, pick your name. I would like to know your name, please, guys. Put your name in there so I can address you appropriately and everything. Your email, and then of course your password, and then your prove that you're not a robot. And that's how you guys do it. And then from there on, you can just say log in, and that will do it. But we did, as promised, we did put the Bob Fletcher video up there for you to use and to listen to. And you guys need to listen to that. It's pretty scary stuff. We are gonna release that to the public here in the next couple of weeks. I'm looking for a slot. It needs to have its own show. But I do, like I said, I want to talk to our guest and not talk about past guests or past shows. I think it's very rude. But I also believe, Brendan, please have my formal apology. But there's some people. Oh,
not at all. Clearly you had a different kind of show on the other day.
Yeah. Well, we had the one about Howard Hughes last night, and it was incredible. It was incredible. Howard Hughes did not die like we think he died. And, really? and we had the investigative journalist on that actually did the investigation. And the book is incredible. It's called Boxes, The Secret Life of Howard Hughes. And you ought to listen. And how do I say, I don't want to self-promote because I think that's kind of tacky, but that is a great show. Out of all the shows, in the top 10 shows that I've done, that is probably one or two, because the investigative journalism that was done and that our guest did and everything, and the way they put it together in the book is just incredible. It was an incredible interview.
So, now I want to go see it.
Yeah, it was on last night. And then we did a show with Bob Fletcher, Bob Fletcher is the Iran-Contra whistleblower.
Oh, right. Okay.
And he was working with Congressman Sonny Bono.
Yeah.
When Congressman Bono, they were going to blow it up. He has video of, he went to, bottom line is there's a lot of things in the Iran-Contra that was not told. And you just didn't understand the connections to the different Bush family, Clinton, Arkansas, all of that. And this is the guy, people were like, what was it? This is the guy that was the whistleblower. He was Deep Throat in this one. He was the whistleblower. And they got their pound of red meat and then they stopped after, but he was like, wait, guys, it goes to both parties. It's not just one or the other. It's in others. And so he continues to tell his story, and we have that interview directly. And plus, he did the autopsy report. He reviewed and had Congressman Bono's autopsy. He was good friends with him, and he can tell you.
He had a skiing accident, ran into a tree.
Right. He was murdered. Yeah, he was murdered. There was an imprint. Bob was able to get, all right, without telling the story, but Bob was able to get the autopsy report. Now, a lot of things that, a lot of people are like, why is Sonny's wife? Well, Sonny's wife and Sonny Bono were in the throes of a divorce. And so she wasn't too willing. And then lo and behold, right after he died, it is reported, and it is reported that she just, she took all of Congressman Bono's personal effects and just threw it in a dumpster. Had them bring a dumpster in, and that's not a grieving widow. Wow. That's someone else. So just a incredible story, but that's out there at Midnight Listener. If you go to midnightlistener.com, we posted that whole interview up there. We are going to release it to the general public as a show, but I needed to get it out there for safety reasons. This guy is still kind of in hiding in the wind. And we've been trying to do an interview for the last 2 months now. And we finally were able to get together and do the interview. But we had to do it covertly because every time he shows up when he was originally scheduled, things would happen. Even after we did the interview, I had some issues on my computers where things were not what they were supposed to be. So, nah. It's part of the business, man. It's part of the business. So, but we're here to talk about liver. So, I think it's important. A lot of people I always thought the liver it just basically filters your blood, correct?
That's one of the responsibilities it has. Yeah. But it's not limited to that by no means. Yeah. So, when I talk about, liver health, I bring up this thing called metabolic syndrome, which a lot of people are like, what's that? Yeah. And that's, this discussion about cholesterol and high blood pressure and stress and adrenal fatigue and leaky gut and fatty liver and type 2 diabetes. And I can go on and on. Yeah. All of those things are sort of pushed into this category of metabolic syndrome, and it all sort of centers around the liver. So, I can go through the pathology just real quick for your listeners.
Yeah.
And we talked about, taking antibiotics before. And of course, if you have a bacterial infection, absolutely cannot get rid of through any other means, you have to take an antibiotic. I get that. But at the same time, we've also doubled the dose of antibiotics in our food stream in the last 20 years. So you're getting antibiotics, if you're not careful, in much greater doses than we ever have before. And so when we look at the human body, the body is comprised of 10 times more bacteria than cells. So when you think about it, this is sort of an eerie thought, but we're like bacteria buses. Less than we are even human, and then if you introduce antibiotics, you've just stripped out a whole community that was signaling to you, talking to you, becoming, your best defense. It's a symbiotic relationship you have there, right? Yeah. So when you strip out the bacteria, and you increase things like sugar and carb consumption, and then you throw in GMOs and pesticides, those things start to pit the stomach and the intestine, and things start to leak through into the body that weren't coming through previously. So, we've got that little, that tissue down in the gut that's this sort of selective barrier. It's not so selective now. And what happens is now the immune system is chronically inflamed because it has all these foreign materials coming through. Now the liver, beyond that, now the liver has to filter the stuff out. And what'll happen is the liver gets overwhelmed, and its sort of last ditch defense is to create fat cells and store this stuff in fat cells as it's a storage device. It's sort of putting the toxins in a prison. The problem is that the prison ends up overwhelming the liver, and now your liver doesn't function correctly. And these things are now free floating in your body. You've got stuff free floating in your body, then you have to send out more cholesterol. The liver regulates blood glucose. Well, it can't do that properly, so now you have type 2 diabetes. You're chronically inflamed. Well, your body doesn't like that stuff. That brings on aging. So your adrenal glands go on tilt and start secreting cortisol. Now you have adrenal fatigue, and I can go on and on. And this is the trap that a lot of people are finding themselves in. So as long as I'm out here educating people about antibiotic use and the use of probiotics, and always taking a liver supplement and making sure that your gut health is on, you're on top of it, you'll avoid these things. If you don't, you will certainly either live a short life or live on a drug-induced pharmaceutical life in final years, and that's not living.
Yeah, no, and I'll attest to that. Everything you described is me.
You know how many times I do these interviews, and that's the host is like, yeah, you know what? I think I need to listen to this.
Yeah, well, everything. I mean, everything. And I know. See, the problem is I come from a medical family, and I come from it, yes. So I know the terminology. And I actually was looking at becoming an MD until I was told by a very smart man who was my mentor. He said, my misery is just ending, because he was going to retire. And he goes, your misery is just beginning. He goes, stay in computers. He said, computers don't sue you.
Right.
and stuff. So as I'm sitting there, because I put myself through college, I never finished. I dropped out. But I went through college, and I was a phlebotomist, and then I was an ER tech, from a phlebotomist to an ER tech, from an ER tech to a surgical scrub. And so, I mean, I get it. It's just, they want to put me on statins. They want to put me on this. They want to put me on that. I've got a hypothyroid. But the problem is when I take the thyroxine, the medication for the thyroid, it causes palpitations in my heart. So it's like, you'll die skinny, but you're going to die.
Right.
At the end of the day, it's like, and I'm like, I don't like feeling this way. I don't like feeling on the edge all the time.
Are you, not that I'm going to diagnose you over Skype or anything, but do you have, are you pre-diabetic at all?
I'm pre-diabetic. My blood sugar, I can't in good conscience ask my guests to come on here and be truthful with me if I can't be truthful with them. So you can ask any question you want to.
No, I appreciate it.
I am pre-diabetic. My blood sugar in the morning, fasting blood sugar is about 119. It stays about 119, 120.
Yep. So what the first thing that I would say is go on, and I'll send you a product. Go on the liver cleanse and see if that fasting blood sugar doesn't come down. It almost invariably does. I mean, I do it myself, and my resting blood sugar is below 90. But listen, one of the reasons I'm going to, hypothetically, because this is what I've seen out in the field, and I'm not going to say this is necessarily you, but what happens is when you have leaky gut and you have these toxins flowing into your system and they find their way into the liver, and we talked about the chronic inflammation, what will happen is your body, because it does not like to artificially age, which is essentially is chronic inflammation or artificially ages you, it starts secreting the cortisol, which I just mentioned, right?
Yep.
cortisol reduces inflammation. Well, what does that end up doing? It lowers your T cells, your natural killer cells, and negatively impacts your thyroid. So you're sort of this classic case. You have hypothyroid, which makes perfect sense because you're chronically inflamed. And all of these things are sort of wrapped into this metabolic syndrome that physicians are talking about. So, yeah.
Which is funny because, my cortisol levels are elevated. My T cell levels are down. I'm anemic. I have my blood. At one time, they wanted to scope me to see where I was bleeding from internally because they're like, you're anemic and you have no reason to be.
Right.
And so ulcers, things of that nature.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it's so everything you described is classic Jeff Norton.
Yeah. And you know what? A lot of times I'll come across an individual, that has the same symptoms that you're showing, and they'll tell me like the list of drugs that they're on. Yeah. And, the next step for you is metformin, which is going to do you no favors. And then after that fails, they'll put you on statin drug, which is almost impossible for me to do anything once somebody goes on a statin drug. And once that happens, so what you're doing with a statin drug is you're removing cortisol. You're removing cholesterol. And how you do that is by reducing the fat content in your body. And that negatively impacts hormones. And it negatively impacts your nervous system. So the next thing that you're going to end up going on is a pain reducing drug. And I'm telling you, as I'm telling you this, your listeners out there are like, oh my God, this is the same domino effect either I'm going through or my father or my grandfather or whatever. Then the next thing is an antidepressant, because what it ends up happening is you start reducing the fat that make up the myelin sheath around the axons of your nerves. So that's why you feel the pain. And every hormone in your body is made of fat, so it's going to negatively impact your endocrine system, your hormones. And that's going to negatively impact your ability to handle stress, and it'll give you an onset of depression. It is classic. I see it all the time. So,
and you just described half my family.
Right. I'm describing, unfortunately, a lot of America.
Yeah, unfortunately. And, it's sad. I mean, we sit here and laugh. I mean, thank God I have a doctor who listens to me, because I made it perfectly clear. I don't do drugs. I don't want, I'm sorry, but anything that when you look at the interdiction and you look at all the effects and possible side effects, I love these commercials. I hate them, but I love these commercials. These drug commercials may cause blindness, may cause loss of hearing, may cause, may cause death. And it's like, whoa.
And this was, and the original thing was proton inhibitor or something.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Why is this? I love the classic ED, and this is a late night show, so we can talk about it. I love the classic ED commercials. Like, if it lasts longer than 4 hours, go seek the help of a doctor. It's like, I'm not going to go seek the help of a doctor. I'm going to enjoy it while it's lasting, while I can. But the other part of it is why, I just think that's like, I got more bang for the buck as far as I'm concerned. Right. But yeah, I listen to these commercials and I'm almost like, this is so, listen to these people. Listen to what these people are. Yes, we can take care of a little rash on your skin, but it's going to destroy your liver, ruin your kidneys, and you're probably going to bleed out from your mouth and gums within about 6 months. But you know what? You're going to have healthy skin.
Right. I think we've gotten so used to the fact that, it's a drug commercial, so now they're going to tell us how we're going to die afterwards. Yeah. And we seem to be okay with that.
Yeah.
Well, the risk is minimal.
Yeah.
Go ahead and do it.
You got 1 in 10 chance of, it's great. And then I love how classic right after that, you have some lawyer suing some pharmaceutical company, and they want you to get on the class action lawsuit. I remember, I was diagnosed with sleep apnea years ago, and my doctor put me on Nexum. And he's like, oh, yeah, you got Nexum. And I went to an ENT and ear, nose, and throat doctor. And he's like, oh, yeah, you got gastric issues and stuff. We're going to put you on this neck. And I even stopped taking, I was like, no, I ain't taking that crap. I'm sorry. I'm not, you don't understand. You're talking to a guy. I am like one of the most healthiest, conscious people you will ever meet. I refuse to take any kind of medication, period.
Good.
If it's natural, I'll take it all day long.
Right.
I'll take it all day long if it's natural. But if it's got any kind of pharma brand stamp marking on it, I'm like, nope, because I don't trust what they put in there.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and you shouldn't. And I think that, and I'll tell you, we could have a long conversation about some of the stuff out there. I mean, you've got the anti-vaxxers out there, and so there's, and we can get into that if you'd like. There's some validity to it. There's no doubt. I have a baby upstairs, so I'm obviously keenly aware of this stuff. The Hep B shot, the vitamin K shot, the this, the that, the other thing, all the plethora of vaccines. That baby has gotten none of that stuff.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not going to say that she'll never get a vaccine, but is she getting a vaccine with mercury in it, Peg 80, thimerosal? The list goes on and on and on. It's not happening. So.
Well, do you think it's, I probably already know the answer to this question, but do you think it's the ingredients of the vaccines or the amount of because I remember as a kid and you growing up as well, I don't ever remember getting all of they'll vaccinate like 30 different things at once.
No. It's such a strange, this is such a strange place where pharmaceutical companies can reduce disease around the world. And they've done a good job of it. It's not all bad. Yeah. They've done a fantastic job of reducing disease and yet still multiply the number of vaccines tenfold. And the public is on board like cattle.
Yeah.
And like when I was, younger, I'm 43 now. So when I was younger, I got about 8, 9. That was about the vaccine shots, the number of vaccine shots we got. Now it's 60.
Yeah, I think we had polio. Polio was the big one.
Yeah.
That was it.
Mumps, rubella.
Mumps. Rubella.
Yeah.
Yep. That's all I can remember. And I remember, I think my mumps, they did an oral when I was a kid. I remember that stuff was nasty.
Yeah. And tetanus, because of course I was out there I was a kid, so I was getting cut left and right all the time. So I had to have that. But yeah.
And you got the mark, on the arm where they, with the gun.
Right.
And, but I mean, like I said, I think at the most we got 9 and they were staged over a period. I remember we had the vaccination book, right? You had the book and they were staged over a period. These kids, they're sitting there. I watched a video, made me cringe. And I'm sitting there going, at what point is this not child abuse? And each and every one of you nurses that are doing this ought to be arrested. They had a baby, and there's a video out there. They had a baby sitting there, and they had 4 nurses, and they had one on each arm and one on each leg, and they were all hitting this kid with vaccines at the same time. In what world is that okay?
Yeah, exactly.
Makes sense.
Not like I need the attention of the FDA at all, but because sometimes these things travel. But I'm a big, you have to, as a parent, take a look at the vaccines.
Yes.
Make sure you know what's in them and make some educated decisions. I'm not saying your kid has to go through life, without any of these things. But, have some common sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would, like I said, I was just watching that video going, the body can't process that much.
That's right, exactly.
At that age. I mean, you were throwing way, way too much at any immune system. When I was working with the 5th CST down which is National Guard, I designed the critical incident management system for the National Guard for biological nuclear attacks. So this was a computerized system that managed resources and allocated resources. And I can tell you, they gave me a vaccine, or they gave me coming up on a break. Shoot. You guys are going to have to hold. But I'm going to tell you the story that happened to me. And there's just like I said, there's no way that a baby can handle this because I know what it did to my body. And it was just, it was Oh, it was crazy. But we're talking with our good friend, Brendan Gaughran. He is the founder of Liver Medic. And as you guys can see, we're not just talking all things liver. We're talking about your body in general and what you put in it and how it affects. And obviously all that goes to the liver, so it is appropriate, is the apropos, as they would say. But hang in there. We'll be back, and we will take your questions in the chat room for Brendan. So get your questions ready, and I'll pass them on.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and podcast. I'm your host, Jeff Norton. You can join me here live every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. If you're joining us or watching the show for the very first time on YouTube, please hit that subscribe button. That would mean so much to me. And you'd get great kudos and karma for that. If you're listening to us on Facebook, I have to warn you, you will be disconnected sometime through the night. It just happens every night. We are 100% accurate in that statement. The best way, we won't be able to redo the feed for a little bit after we get disconnected. So if you are listening to us on Facebook, join us on YouTube if you like the video part of the show. If you don't like the video part of the show, that's fine. You can join us on Spreaker and a myriad of different Stitch, iTunes, all of those. We're out on every one of them. And soon to be on iHeartRadio. How cool is that? But I also want to let you guys know, in the chat rooms, for those that are watching us on or listening to us on Spreaker, I do have a way of monitoring that chat room now. So feel free to chat away. Love to hear from you there. For those that are in the chat room on YouTube and Facebook, I can watch those, of course, as you guys already know. Now, we only have 2 rules when it comes to chat. First rule is no personal attacks, period. Second rule is do not respond to said a personal attack, because when I see it, you will be gone. Now, I don't have to tell you guys about cussing. The Nightbot will take care of that. But don't do it. We are all about understanding and learning here. There's no reason for that type of language. I can't do it during my show, so you can't do it on my chat room. And you have to remember, we cater to a very wide segment of society. So choose your words carefully. And, one of the things an English professor once told me, when you cuss or when you swear, that just means that you don't have a better word to use. And so it's kind of like in the broadcast business, or they're filler words. And unfortunately, we use them way too much when we speak. But that's enough of that. I'm not here to nursemaid you guys to pull you by the ear and straighten you guys up. I'm here tonight to talk with our good friend, founder of Liver Medic, Brendan Gaughran. And so, Brendan, before we were so rudely interrupted by the break, and I will tell you that we have 2 more left, and then the rest of the night we can sail away. We don't have to take any breaks.
Hey, excellent.
Yeah. So, but yeah, when I was working with the 5th CST, they came in. It was wild. We're sitting there. Here I am. I wrote their software. I'm the computer geek, and they're like, oh yeah, we're traveling, and you're going with us. I was like, okay. And they're like, yeah, we're going to do a scenario, like a test of our system. And we want you to see how we operate in the field, how we do this, in the suits and the all this stuff. And I was like, hey, that's cool. Yeah. You got to remember the computer guy sitting there, this stuff is fascinating for me. So they're like, oh, but you got to go get a bunch of shots. And I'm like, what do you mean I got to get a bunch of shots? And they're like, yeah, you got to get the anthrax. So they're going down all the lists and stuff. And so I'm like, okay. And, at that point, I kind of let my guard down. And I said, okay, I'll do it because I want to go with you guys. I want to fly in the big old C-130 Hercules and, right. Double Agent Man. And, so I agreed to these shots. And it was the craziest thing I have ever experienced in my life. They gave me, it was 1 shot, but they called it a hot dose. And I didn't know what it was because a PA was giving it, the medic, the PA was giving it. And I was like, is this going to make me sick or anything? And he's like, no. And I'm like, well, how can you tell me it's not going to make me sick? Because last time I had a flu shot, which I haven't had in years, I got the flu. And he goes, trust me, you're not going to get the flu. And he,
right.
Boom.
Get something worse.
Yeah.
I woke at the flu.
Yeah, we had a 3-day mission. I was awake the full 3 days.
Wow.
Did not sleep, did not do anything. I don't even think I really ate while I was there. I mean, the full it was a 3-day mission, and I was awake the full 3 days. Now, when we got back to Illinois, when we landed, they're putting all the gear up and stuff, and apparently I start showing signs. Something was going on, and they're like, take Norton over here. And, because I sleep there at the unit, that it's kind of like a mini, it's a National Guard post. And they're like, put him in a bunk. And I slept for 2.5 days after that.
Wow.
But I have no idea what they gave me, but they said it was for all of the different, types of biological stuff that you can catch, because they were doing simulations, and can't tell you where we went or where we were at, but it was impressive. But I do remember the fun part was playing football in those hazmat suits. That was fun. Yeah, we were playing tackle football in full dressed hazmat suits.
Yeah.
Well, they make you do that because it teaches you how to move in them.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
I did not realize that. It teaches you how to run, and it teaches you how to move, and it stresses your body, because you'll lose 15 pounds in water weight. You'll take the suit.
I didn't realize hazmat suits came in 2 different colors.
Yeah. Yeah.
How'd they do that?
No, these are white. You were running into it. It was fun. But they did. It was, we had a good time between work, but, oh my gosh. But, like I said, I had more energy, because even then I was a big guy. I mean, I've always been a big guy, the minute I got out of high school for some reason. But, we were in these hazmat suits running, playing football, and I didn't realize, I'm like, why are we doing this in hazmat suit? And they're like, the major, there was a major there, and he goes, that's how we train our guys to move in them. And I'm like, makes perfect sense. Here you are running, you're getting tackled, combat kind of thing. And so that was it. But that, but like I said, all those chemicals, I can't, let's talk about the pharmaco, the whole.
Yeah. The body cannot take overloads like that. So, you introduce something that's a foreign substance into the body, the immune system picks it up as an invader. It'll, send out its troops, it has memory cells so that, when it sees it again, it knows kind of what to do. But if you start, giving, these cocktails of like 3 and 4, different strains of either virus or bacteria, your body does not process that properly. It's a massive invasion. And a lot of these things, what they call attenuated, so they're heat shocked and supposedly dead. So it's just a shell that the immune system picks up. Mm-hmm. Sometimes those aren't fully attenuated. So you get some live into the shot itself. That's when people get really sick. There's been numerous deaths and other less severe reactions to getting shots. But again, the pharmaceutical industry and our politicians have done something incredibly ingenious. They've essentially kept them out of the liability on vaccines and have a separate slush fund for individuals who have, sons or daughters who have lost their lives or whatever it is. And I think it's a $5 billion fund right now. Yeah. There's over $1.3 billion worth of that fund that has been used up. And if you sue the government, or the pharmaceutical industry, you can't actually sue the pharmaceutical industry, the vaccine maker. You're not going to get $500 million. You're going to get, $1 million, $2 million. So do the math. They've lost $1.3 billion on this. Yeah. So it's not all,
And those are the ones that have one clear cut. You have a lot that have legitimate claims that never get that far. They never win. Yeah. I mean,
yeah, you hear the defense from other people like, well, no one's ever died from this. And we don't hear about a whole, obviously people aren't having a lot of problems. Yeah, because the media is not talking about it. It's not like these things aren't happening and they're not going to court and they're not losing. They're losing. Yeah. They're losing big time.
And, well, I mean, they have the video. I mean, I've seen the YouTube videos where parents are smart enough. This tells you, look, if you are a young parent and you have to, you face these things, because now they're making it where all kids have to have them. You can't go to school. You can't go to a public school. You can't go anywhere. You can't go to university. So, they kind of, they're forcing people, and we'll talk about HPV here in a second, because I had firsthand experience that with my daughters. I have 3 daughters. But the thing is that I would almost say it's almost in your best interest before you go to another pediatrician, not the one that's going to give you the shots, but go to another pediatrician, get it on record of your functionality of your child, have the cognitive test done and make sure that you have it, get them the shots, and then do it. I mean, there was one family that was actually prosecuted for child abuse because they gave their child the shots. They went home. The child had such severe seizures that it would look like shaken baby syndrome. Yep. And so when they went back to the doctor, now, what do you think the doctor's going to do? He's got 2 diagnoses: seizure caused by a shot that he administered, or shaken baby syndrome. What one do you think he's going to pick? Right. Because now he's on trial. Exactly. He's on trial. And so, if you've ever paid an insurance bill before for being a doc, you definitely don't want to see those things come through your door. Yeah, especially with Yelp and all that. So of course he's going to, he's going to agree. But they luckily, thank God, they had independent experts that came in there and said, no. There are other signs that we can do as part, unfortunately, as postmortem, that we can determine for the shaken baby syndrome. And it's not, and no, this child had severe seizures. And, that's the thing, is that, how do I say this? If you use alternative alternative in the HPV, this commercial that they got out there, thanks mom and dad for, I died because I had cancer because you didn't give me the HPV shot. That's the new one that's going on. Or I died. If I came out and said, if you take this drug, you will not get cancer, the FDA would shut me down, sue me. And I would be looking at litigation the rest of my life, and I would never be able to go aloud and turn a TV on, let alone run an advertisement ever again. But yet they can get in there and say, if you do this vaccine, you're not going, because that's in essence what that commercial is. If I get the vaccine, mom, dad, I'm not going to get cancer. Right. But why is it that big pharma is allowed to do that where alternative medicine, well, I know the answer, but it's just insane that big pharma can make claims, but alternative medicine can't. Because myself and other colleagues of like mind that own companies in the alternative field do not pay for politicians' careers, and that's the big difference. It's almost. But you're absolutely right. I mean, I was talking to somebody the other day. I said, look, if you want to know what the side effects of some of these vaccines are, go to the CDC's own website or go to the FDA's website. Yep. You'll see right on there, Merck is down for a number of vaccines, and they list side effects are seizures and autism. It's in there. It's on the official website. So I think it's kind of ludicrous that we have this conversation in the public sphere where, on NBC and CBS and CNN, they say, well, this clearly is no connection with autism, when the pharmaceutical companies are admitting it to the FDA. Yeah. So, all right, guys, it's fine if you want to do this. And we have litigation. What, you paid out how much out of that, but there's no clear. Okay. Right. $1.3 billion have been given to the American public because of these mishaps after vaccination. But the pharmacy, believe the guy on the box when there's no connection. Yeah, the pharmacy company, in their good nature, They feel that these families need to receive this money because they feel bad that they lost a loved one or their kid or some child is retarded, mentally deficient for the rest of their life.
And, and believe me, I'm not an anti-vaxxer, so I don't want anybody to listen to this show and be like, look, I know that there's, 1 in 10,000 kids end up getting X, Y, and Z. And, you have to weigh the risks as a parent. Yep. But there's no way that you should be authorizing a needle with chemicals in there, with heavy metals in there, and 60 of these things in the lifetime of your child, and think that you are doing something that is healthy. Yeah. You just have to make some smart decisions.
Well, and I agree with you. I'm not an anti-vaxxer either. I believe that we have eradicated a lot of the childhood illnesses, and that has come through vaccination and everything like that. I think the problem is like I said, risk versus reward. We're not presented with that. The other thing too is that parents aren't. Look, a parent. How do I say this? 9 times out of 10, if you went to when I sell a house or when I sell a car in most states, I have to tell you in plain English what is wrong, what is wrong with the house, what is wrong with the car. Why, the medicine in the medical community, especially when it comes to these vaccinations, those laws don't apply. Aren't our children more important than our homes? I mean, when you give them these drugs, there should be simple labeling that says, look, these are the risks of this. And I'm all for, hey, look, these are the risks for it, and these are risks against it. If your child gets polio, or if your child gets rubella and that goes into the brain and it becomes meningitis, or it becomes, there's death there. Here are the things in here, and these are the number, these are the odds of it happening.
Right.
And they can put it in layman terms. Your child's more likely to get hit by a truck when you leave the clinic today than to have seizures or whatever. But at least you've informed the parents.
Yeah, exactly. And, the blood-brain barrier in a baby or a toddler, they are not fully formed. So whatever you're injecting into the body, think about it, crosses almost directly into the brain. Yeah. So if you can, sort of make a decision to put that decision off for a few years, even a few years, that will really help. A fully developed blood-brain barrier somewhere around 5 or 6 years old. So, you think about it, and like to your point, and this is the last thing I'll say about vaccines. We take a look at the amount of diseases that are bacterial and viral around the world. They have all gone drastically down, okay? Now take a look at the massive increase in the amount of vaccines, mandatory. Yeah. Do you think that is profit-driven or health-driven? And make your decision.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Well.
Well, anyway,
I find it goes back to the guy, and I use this example, and it goes back to the guys that invented the silicone breast implant.
Yeah.
And this is how the pharmaceutical companies work is, the guys that, these guys made millions, if not billions, making the fake boobs, the silicone breast implants. Right. And then when they start leaking, these guys, when they start leaking, the guys make billions, if not millions, or millions, if not billions, removing them. And that's the pharmaceutical industry, is that they'll create, there's a need, obviously, I guess, enlargement is, there's a need. They find the need, they create a drug to address the need, and then they turn around and create other drugs to fix those. And people go, well, what drug are they doing? Food industry. Let's talk about that. You are finding more and more with Monsanto and Bayer and their collusion now together. You're finding that a lot of your pharmacology companies are now in the food business. They're in the agriculture business.
Yeah, and that's not new. And I mean, when we take a look at the food supply, I think you sort of hit the nail on the head. A lot more of our food is chemically based as opposed to food based, and it is because of this collusion. They're essentially married at the hip now. These pharmaceutical companies have purchased a lot of stock in ADM and Monsanto and others like them. And now Dow Chemical is running your food instead of Purdue, and it's dangerous. It is dangerous. I remember I was looking at a statistic the other day. It's, the tanker trucks that roll up and down the street, right?
Yeah.
625,000 tanker trucks of chemicals are produced in the U.S. every single day. 625,000. That goes onto the farmers' fields, into personal healthcare products, into shampoos and all that stuff. It goes into makeup. It goes into all kinds of stuff that are coming directly in contact with you, cleaning products in the home. If you don't think that that's getting into your body, you're crazy. And there are lots of different ways in which your body can clean itself. But if your liver's not working right, good luck.
Yeah. Well, exactly, because your liver is the filter. The FDA just now, they banned the over-the-counter antibacterial soaps.
Right. Because they found out that A, it wasn't doing its job, and B, it was carcinogenic. So thanks. How many years have we had that on the market? And that's not the least of it. Like Agent Orange. And we all know that, the old Monsanto company came out with Agent Orange, right? Well, Agent Orange is made up of two chemicals. One of them was just recently approved, and Dow Chemical is using it on GMO products. So, think about it. Agent Orange was an herbicide.
Yeah.
So isn't a GMO plant resists herbicide. So doesn't it make sense that they're making an almost Agent Orange product to throw on fields?
Yeah.
You cannot make this up. And America is okay with this.
Yeah.
I just don't believe it.
Well, as long as I get my 99-cent hamburger.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
As long as
crazy.
Well, and I think there is a play going on here because Sandy, she went to the grocery store the other day. She brought back food. And it was, $90 worth of food, and it was nothing. Yeah, I actually think that they do jack up the prices, so then they can go and you can see your 99-cent, 5-pound thing of hamburger meat or whatever it is, but it's all pink slime.
Right, exactly. Did that person end up going to Whole Foods? Whole
Paycheck, yeah.
Right.
We joke about it. No, this is just our local grocery store. That's what's so sad. In Florida, there are city ordinances where you cannot have a garden.
That's crazy.
That is in the Sunshine State, the place that you ought to have a garden because you can produce year round for yourself. Right.
And, they don't want you doing that. Self-sufficiency? No.
Well, like I said, we talked about it in the show where I live now. I can't put a well into the ground. Now my water table is like 27 feet below me because I'm right on the coast, but they were like, no, you can't because you got city water. You can't have a well. And I'm like, well, then get rid of the city water. Oh, no, you can't because we offer you city water. You have to take city water.
I heard about that. I recently read an article about that. Yeah. That's crazy down there. Yeah. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, the way I look at it, 27 feet's not that bad with a shovel. I can get there.
Right, worst case scenario, right?
That's right. I can get there.
But I'm big on buy local. I'm going to do a plug for local co-ops. Go on the website and find out if there's a local co-op in your area and become a member. It doesn't cost much to become a member, and you can get organic food on the cheap. Yeah. That's the best way to do it. And don't bother going over to Whole Foods. Yeah. I've spoken to the buyers at Whole Foods. I know some of the managers over there. A lot of that stuff that's sitting there that says it's organic, it's not.
Well, yeah. It's a percentage of organic, or there's so many loopholes in the organic laws, and maybe if you know the loopholes, maybe we can talk about that. But I'm aware of a lot of. I mean, Sandy and I, we're talking about getting chickens and having our own chickens here, and
I mean, purchasing decisions with those large companies are made. They're made out in Texas at headquarters. They're not made by the people that are working the floor, so they don't know anything.
Hey, Brendan, I'm gonna cut you off there because we got we got one more break, and then I can tell you that we'll have one more break, and then after that, it's just free. We can talk as long as we want to without being interrupted. But we'll take a quick break. We're gonna come back with Brendan Gaughran. I hope you guys are enjoying this conversation. I sure heck am. I'm learning a lot, and it's good to know that people are awake to the schemes and scams that are out there in our pharmacological industries.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. Ocean with Jeff.
That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean as we sail off into the evening with our very special guest, founder of Liver Medic, Brendan Gaughran. Wow. I told you guys on Facebook it was going to happen. We did reset luckily it happened right during the break, so we were able to reset it. But yeah, right before start talking bad about the pharmacy industry and you get disconnected. I want you guys to do some research for me, some of my listeners out there. 24SATA. 24SATA is the company that's laying claim this time against our show, saying that we are violating copyright. I don't know how that is, considering we own all the music that we play. We have exclusive rights, licenses. I have those on file. You would think that even YouTube, actually, we get them from YouTube. So I don't know. It's just funny. Like I said, I know what is going on. It doesn't take a rocket science to figure this one out. As long as you are pushing their agenda on Facebook, they'll let you feed forever. But the minute you do anything that's counterproductive, they are counter to their wants, their desires. Old Zuckerberg, you automatically get disconnected. And that's why it's so important that we come together. You guys, we're asking for your help. As you know, you are listening to these feeds. These are all free of charge. We do not charge for any of these feeds, future, past, present, any of these. We will always keep that promise open to you. We've negotiated great bandwidth rates and things of that nature that we don't have to charge. I'm not going to condemn any of the other broadcasters out there who do charge. But I will tell you that, we've negotiated some great rates and everything, so we will never have to charge. However, that doesn't mean that we still have to pay for those band rates, and we still have equipment to purchase. As you guys know, we are being syndicated here in the first of the year. That's the timeline that we gave ourselves. The syndicators actually want to take us live sooner. I don't think we're ready yet. And I would rather have a polished product and then take it to full syndication on XDS and offer it to all of the radio stations out there. But that requires equipment. And I've been working with Telos, and it's about $23,000 worth of equipment. And I'm not going to come to you guys with hat in hand. But we have put together some special advertising or sponsorships. So if you know of a small business, product, bookseller, any of those people that might be interested in kind of helping us out, that money, I will tell you, goes 100% to fund the operation here. We have the invoices. We know what it's going to take. We'll probably do a Kickstarter as well, because I think it's so important that we get this message that we have here out to the mainstream. There's so many misinformation in mainstream media. And there's so many, how do we say, advertising and corporate driven media out there. And I want to, and I will continue to provide the type of shows that we're doing here and to bring the type of guests that we have on tonight. Brendan joining us on Skype, talking about Liver Medic. We're talking about Big Pharma, all the things that are out there that you will not see on mainstream TV. I'm waiting to watch what is it? I don't watch TV that much, Brendan. So the NFL, Monday Night Football. I'm waiting for one night with Monday Night Football where they come out and they have a company like Liver Medic on there.
I would love it.
Yeah. I think even if you came up with the money to actually buy an ad, and I heard that they're pretty cheap now because the viewership is down. I think if you actually did come up with the money to put an ad, they wouldn't do it because it goes against all the other drug companies.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Yeah. And I think, it's kind of funny. I used to not really, believe much in the conspiracy theories and these, ideas about a cabal and that kind of stuff. But look, as I tell people, a conspiracy only requires two people to be in a room and agree on a certain outcome.
Yeah.
And if you think that does not operate in the free world, well, you may want to take a closer look at things.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I mean, well, I can tell you, you're absolutely right. I mean, you get men of power, people of power. I don't want to say men because it's not just men, but you get people of power in the same room and they say, look, we can't have, you've got your ED pill. We have our ED pill. We can't. I guess my question is when did ED become such an issue? And why all of a sudden, why aren't we doing research? And I'm not putting anything down. Like, here's a great example. We all wear the pink ribbons. We all do the walks. We all do that stuff. Where is the preventative part of this process?
Right.
Why are we focusing on the after effect? Why aren't we focusing on preventing it and finding out the root cause?
Of it's a $1 trillion problem that could be solved very simply and easily, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't do any of the powers that be any good to do that kind of stuff. So we don't look at it. Yeah, totally right.
And I would start right at the very beginning. Food.
I mean, hey, look. It was Hippocrates who said, food be thy medicine, medicine be thy food. I think it was. But I to your point, like the issues with ED and heart attacks and depression and strokes, and I go on and on. The incidence of cancer, the incidence of disease overall in the last 20 or 30 years has gone through the roof. So what is it? And I mean, I could go through the list of things, but
I think it's the industrialization of our food supply. I would start right there first.
Yep. And I would throw in a couple of other things too. So like, just real quick for your listeners, I don't want to bore anyone, but back in the 70s, there was a study done over in Europe on what was driving heart attacks and strokes and all that kind of stuff. And so they did a study that included some massive amount, like 20,000 people or something. And they were looking at fat. The problem was they were looking at consumption of fat, and they didn't break out good fat from trans fat, this synthetic nonsense crap. That was really, that's sort of the core of why people are sort of unhealthy, or one of them, right? And so they concluded that it's the fats. And Congress got involved, and they said, "Well, we got to get the fats out. So we got to put pressure on the food industry." So the food industry heard this, and they said, "Well, you remove fats, this stuff's going to taste like crap." So of course, the sugar industry jumped right in, backed all those studies, started making their synthetics with the aspartame and the amino sweet and all of that terrible, terrible stuff. And they said, "We'll fix the problem." And we have not recovered from that yet.
Yeah.
So we turned our back on the real culprit, which is sugar. And then we got rid of the thing that was going to save us, which is fat, but healthy fat. And that's like really part of a big part of why we're here.
Yeah.
You talk about the ED problem. Put somebody on an organic diet, get rid of the sugar and carbs, and give them healthy fats. They're not going to have ED. They're just not.
Yeah. Well, and change their environment. I mean, let's face it too. The other part of that is the environment. I mean, we stress ourselves out trying to stay up with the Joneses, and all the things that go on along with that. I mean, that's just human nature, but that's the other aspect of it too. You talk about all these psychotropic drugs and stuff that people are on. Look, I had this discussion this weekend with a relative, and I'm like, look, feelings, you're supposed to feel them. They're there for a reason. They're supposed to, don't buy into these. But once you're on these drugs, you have to stay on them because or you got to be weaned off. Please, I'm not a doctor, and we're not saying quit doing these drugs, but the Zoloft and the Prozacs. I mean, it's great. It's so bad now that I don't drink the water because because I get Zoloft. I get enough. I don't need to go get Zoloft from a doctor. Exactly. I get it in my water.
You get your daily prescription drugs in your tap water.
In my tap water.
It's funny. I ended up going to I went to India a number of years ago and caught up with a guru. And at the time I wasn't very spiritual, but I listened to this guy. Yeah. And I remember there was one Indian in the crowd who asked the guru, look, we need to go the way of America. We need to get technologically advanced, do this, do that. And the guru sat back and he said, look at America.
Yeah.
All the way to dethrone the United States would be to bomb their pharmaceutical companies. You do that, the whole country is on these meds. Yeah. They'd all kill each other. That's what he said. And it was tongue in cheek, but not really.
Not really. You're absolutely right.
The country is on a lot of psychotropic drugs.
Everyone who has done any of these mass killings was taking one of the psychotropics.
Oh, but you cannot say that.
Oh no,
it's absolutely true. But you cannot say that. You're not going to hear that anywhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right? It's one of these things. Like I said, and you see the commercials for them, and they say, while on this drug, you might have symptoms of committing suicide or what. And it's like, isn't that what we're trying to prevent?
Right. Yeah.
Well, these people.
Right, exactly.
I just don't get. Look. I am all for people. Look, you got to get help if you have a problem, and I'm not one to criticize anybody that reaches out and gets help. Now, I will criticize
the opposite. You're a strong person if you're doing that.
Yeah, exactly. I think the minute you have a problem. Look, you listen to the show. I mean, I was a drug addict years ago, and I was an alcoholic years ago. And, I went and got help. And to this day, I mean, I'm clean. I'm not sober. I mean, I'll drink a beer. I might have a beer like once a week or so when I'm in Puerto Rico, a mojito. But I am sober in the sense that my mind isn't, I don't have the stinking thinking, as they would say.
Yeah, you don't have the addiction.
I don't have the addiction. You're absolutely right.
Which is important. Right. Yeah. And, it's so funny that you bring this up because in Chinese medicine, liver is sort of the emotional seat of the soul.
Yeah.
So, and when I come across individuals who have fatty liver disease or, somewhere in that spectrum, they inevitably have gone through some sort of recent emotional crisis, lost a job, lost a loved one, relationship issues, whatever it is. So this mind, spirit, body connection, you can't escape it. It happens all the time. Every time I have a conversation, I feel more like a psychiatrist sometimes than I do somebody of the alternative medicine sphere. And that's okay with me because I enjoy that,
Yeah.
So,
well, I'll be honest with you. I mean, it's funny. It's sad, but it's funny. I replaced my addiction to hardcore drugs that I was doing with food.
Oh, sure.
I know for a fact I'm not naive about this because it was when I got clean and sober and stopped doing all the drugs and everything. I went to, this is really bad. I went to a facility that had a 5-star chef in Nashville, and they said, you got to have the proper food and the diet and all that. And I think as I was weaning off the drugs, I was like, hey, I can eat this pork tenderloin over here. And that gives me the same feeling as I did when I was shooting up or when I was snorting up or when I was doing that. And I replaced one with the other. The other thing, too, is I became an adrenaline junkie. I climbed, jumped out of airplanes, flew gliders, you name it, anything that had death involved in it. I was there. I was the first one in line. Yeah, I'm here because I realized I replaced. And now I look back at my life, and this is really sad. And I won't take it. I'd rather be a fat guy than a junkie any day. So don't take it wrong. But I'm sitting there, and I'm like, oh, wow, I just replaced one with the other. And it's almost where people look at fat people and say, you disgusting pig. And they look at a junkie now and they go, oh, and it's like, I get that reaction when I travel on an airplane and I don't want to sit next to them. It's like, don't worry about it. I bought the whole freaking seat or the whole row. So you don't have to worry about sitting next to me, guys. But it's funny though, because I get that now where people are like, look, oh, you disgusting, fat guy can't put the Big Mac hamburger down. But then they look at the junkie and they're like, oh, you know.
Well, to your point, and I completely agree with what you're saying, and I think it's really important that I get this message out there, especially to folks that have a difficult time transitioning to healthy diets. You know, I went to school with guys who were in the organic chemistry program, graduated, and went right into food, and they talk about the golden food triad or whatever it is. Yeah. It's sugar, salt, and fats. And they know what those ratios need to be in food in order to get you hooked. And I'm telling you, the food industry, and there have been studies done on this, the foods that we eat 10 times more addictive than cocaine.
Yes.
Okay. So I joke with people, hey, you were a heroin addict? That's no problem. Getting yourself off McDonald's, that's a trick.
Yeah.
You know? So I absolutely agree.
I had an attorney. This is really bad. I had an attorney in Chicago. A buddy of mine said, we could sue the food industry, use you as an example, and you would clean up.
Yeah,
he said he would clean up. He goes, I can walk you in a courtroom and say, you have beaten heroin. And I was a heroin addict. I was an opioid addict as well. And along with cocaine. And he goes, you have beaten that, and you have remained clean and sober, and you've done everything like that. But when I put a Big Mac in front of your face, or something like that. He said, he actually said that to me. He said, you are a litigator's dream case.
Right.
Because you have a compelling story, and it's a well-documented story of you beating, you tell a jury that it's a no-brainer. Right. Here's a guy that beat, doing all the opioids and shooting up and doing all that stuff and acting like an idiot. And he's been clean for 30 years now. And I really hope that there's a lot of attorneys listening to this program and pick up on this, because you're absolutely right. So they end up picking out chemists from university, tell them what the proper ratio of these things are, make sure that goes into the food in order to have a chemical reaction in your brain that simulates a drug addiction. Yes.
And you're not going to tell me that these companies are purposely making an addictive product?
Yeah.
That's insane. Yeah. No. I just told you the very definition. So you're absolutely right.
Yeah. No, like I said, I can tell you the feeling. The feeling when I eat certain foods is the same feeling that I did when I was doing heroin.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, and I know those. I mean, I love my apple fritters and it was funny when we had Matthew came over the hurricane, and I had a friend, or not a friend, we had family members, and they brought Hostess. Twinkie, I think, is out of business now. But they had Hostess. I saw that and I was like, oh, it was like, but of course I didn't eat it because I said, nope, I'm not touching it. But, let's spend the rest of the night. Let's talk about food. I mean, I think this is very important, because I think that's the start. This is the starting point where it all kind of either goes in your right direction or it goes downhill quick.
Oh, you bet. Yep.
What foods should one just flat out avoid?
Great question. So processed foods, obviously we should be avoiding, but exactly what is in processed foods that we ought to be looking at? Artificial colors, artificial flavors, they're no good. The red 40s and the yellow 5s and all that stuff, that's no good. Those go right into the brain and they send all the wrong signals. They screw around with neurotransmitters. They're toxins, okay? Those are bad. But the other things that people don't pick up on, like soy lecithin, people look at soy and soy is a protein. That's great. No, the way it's being processed at very high heats, no nutritional value, gets into your system, isn't recognized as a toxin.
Hey, Brendan, are you moving around? Because we're getting a lot of scratchy.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, okay.
I might be on the table. My fault.
Okay.
So, so we're talking about emulsifiers, vegetable oils like the canola oils, the safflower oils. A lot of those vegetable-based oils are processed at super high heats for extended periods of time. They completely change their conformation, and they become rancid. And rancid oils, once they get into your system, that's a pro-oxidant. They start doing a tremendous amount of damage. And in addition to that, soy crops in the U.S. are 98% GMO, And corn crops in the U.S. are 95. So the likelihood of you getting glyphosate, which is the main Roundup chemical that they throw on GMO produce, is going to be in that food. And when you take that in, that glyphosate, I'm just going to focus on that one chemical for a second because we know a lot about it. It pits your stomach and digestive tract, and after it does the damage there, it flows into your liver and inhibits an entire category of cytochromes that make it difficult for you to remove toxins. So at one stage, it makes sure that the toxins get into your body at a much higher rate, and then it makes sure you can't get rid of them once they're in your body, and that's causing a lot of problems.
Is that because I was always told that once you do damage to your liver, the liver never repairs itself?
No, definitely not the case. So there are, if we take a look at the liver and we take a look at the spectrum of liver disease, it starts out like fatty liver disease. So we're at like 5 to 10% concentration of fat cells within the liver. Okay. Once it goes into fibrosis, you can still reverse a lot of the damage in the liver, even with a fibrotic liver. Okay. Once you hit cirrhosis, that means a majority of the liver is dead. And the stuff that, and a lot of those dead cells have been majority replaced by scar tissue. At that point, you're in big trouble. But it takes a long time to get there. And people are sitting in a fatty liver disease state for an extended period of time before they transition to that sort of last stage before they would have to, seek out a liver transplant or something. But all of those things are reversible. It's like your liver is incredibly resilient. And it's a good thing because if it wasn't, we'd all be in a lot of trouble. If you smoke, if you drank something that wasn't good, if you took aspirin for long periods of time, if you have the standard American diet, you'd be in trouble. But thankfully, it's incredibly resilient. You have to know how to make sure to keep your gut healthy, because that's like the first, those are the guards at the gate. And then it's how do you make sure that you supplement either with food or, vitamins, getting the right things into your liver to end up cleaning your liver on a regular basis. And it can be pretty simple, but you have to avoid what I just told you. The fast foods, the processed foods, mostly those highly processed vegetable oils that you got to stay away from, and also synthetic sugars like the aspartame and things like that.
Gotcha.
Saccharin. Oh, those are real bad things. That and the artificial colors and flavors, of which there are a lot of. When I tell people how to read, an ingredients panel on a box, they become experts very quickly. They also get disheartened very quickly because it's in a lot of stuff.
Oh, yeah, it is. I mean, how do I say this? I went through that juicing phase, and I did like 30 days of just drinking juice.
Yep.
Different juice. I can tell you, I felt the best I've ever felt in my whole entire life. Right. But that tells you the addiction side of food, because it was like one hamburger later, boom, I was right back on the hamburgers.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, here's I'll give you 2 tricks to this game. One of them is if you are having a craving for carbs and sugar, eat something sour like pickles or, something like that. And that typically dampens the craving quite a bit. The other thing is what's actually going on, in nature, we have parasitic relationships,
Sure.
There are birds that pick things off of backs of animals. There are parasitic relationships where a wasp will impregnate a spider and eat them from the inside out, all those kinds of things. It happens in nature all the time. Well, it also happens with us. So when people have cravings for sugar and carbs, they've done studies where, they'll bring their candida population in check in their stomachs. And all of a sudden the cravings go way down. And it turns out that, there's a vagus nerve that goes from your midbrain down to your stomach. And there are signals that are being released from the candida and get picked up by the vagus nerve. So the question really is, when you get a sugar craving, when you get a carb craving, is that really you? Or is that the signal from the candida releasing these chemicals and getting picked up by your brain? And then you go out and you pick up a Twinkie or whatever.
Yeah. And how would you block that, though? How would one How would one block that?
You have to take stuff to actively get rid of candida. Candida, once it gets into what they call an overpopulation or candida overgrowth, it's pretty difficult to get rid of it. You have to go after it pretty aggressively.
When we get back, I want you to explain what candida is, because I'm going to make up shirts. Stop Candina. Stuff. So we'll take a quick break, and this will actually be the last break for the evening. And when we get back, I want to learn what candida. This is a new term. I haven't heard it before. And who knows? Maybe we have the secret here. But you'll never know unless you listen to the Midnight Ocean. And we're going to, like I said, we'll take a quick 4-minute break. We'll come back with our very special guest, Brendan Gaughran. He's with a Liver Medic, founder of Liver Medic. And it's not all things liver, guys. You think we were going to just stay on the liver? Talk about that all night long?
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and a podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. You can join me here live every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. If you're joining us for the very first time on Facebook, threw you guys a curveball there. On Facebook, make sure, hey, you share. You share the feed with your friends and family. Let them know about us. Let them know that we are out here. If you're joining us on YouTube, make sure that you hit the ever most important subscribe button. If you'd like to chat with the guest and the host at the same time, you can do that through YouTube chat. That's the only one that we are monitoring at this time. I am watching over there on Spreaker, though. I see you, Debbie. Welcome back. And love to have you. I want to say a shout out to John and Laura, and oh my goodness, we got a bunch of people joining us here in the chat room tonight as we sail on back. I think we've gone out about as far as we can go. Now it's time to come on back home. But in the meantime, as we're coming back to the dock, we are still talking to our really good friend Brendan Gaughran, the founder of Liver Medic. And, I can tell you, this show is not all about the liver. It's just, obviously the liver is the organ that processes all this junk that we put through it and everything. But I think we've covered a wide myriad of topics tonight. But this, before we went on the break, you said it was how do you say it again?
Oh, Candida.
Oh, Candida. What is Candida? I've never heard this term before.
Yeah. So if you've ever gotten jock itch, if you've ever, sometimes you'll get like edema on the skin.
Yeah.
You get like white tongue. So women get yeast infections. That's what that is. So Candida it's a fungus, and it naturally grows within us. There's nothing, as long as the population stays in check, it's actually a symbiotic organism. The problem is, so get this, 100 years ago, we were consuming about, on average, 11 to 12 pounds of sugar per year per person.
Sure.
Now it's over 130. So when you combine that with also we're taking in a lot more carbs, you've got a carb, sugar, heavy diet, completely different than where we were about 100 years ago. That's going to make a dramatic difference on the bacterial population in your system, very specifically on Candida, because Candida love sugar and carbs. They thrive on it, and when they don't get it, they send the signal to your brain to get more into your system, and that's where that craving, a lot of those cravings are coming from. And then they end up getting into an overpopulation. And this is where people end up getting some digestive issues. They'll have gas pains. They'll have IBS. They'll start saying there's certain foods that I can't eat anymore. That's all those signs. And the other thing that's kind of dangerous with Candida is it secretes aldehydes, and aldehydes break down soft tissue. So that in and of itself creates leaky gut, and then sometimes ends up creating problems for the liver, because of course everything's going to the liver. So so you have to aggressively get Candida in check. And we make a product for it that's pretty aggressive, and it's sold through the naturopaths and physicians and some of that.
So I was going to say, how do you? I mean, is it a supplement? Is it a pill? Is it an ointment? Is it a cream?
Yes, I mean, a lot of people they'll take things like oregano oil, which is good, but in large amounts. You can't take oregano oil for months and months on end in large amounts and not create other problems. That and oregano oil is very good at reducing Candida population in the system, but it's not the only way to do it. And sometimes Candida can get very aggressive, and they can sort of supersede some of those metabolic pathways, and the oregano oil doesn't work that well with them anymore. So you really need a formulation that has a number of different additives in there that go after Candida, like caprylic acid, worm root. There's a couple of others that are in our product there, and they go after Candida in a number of different metabolic pathways and really get that population under control. And the feedback that we're getting from people is once they start taking the product and they get a population under control, their cravings go way down. They're taking in less unhealthy food. They're getting onto a healthier diet. Yeah. So this helps in a number of different ways. And of course, they're not getting the yeast infections and the athlete's foot and, you know, all the other things that come along with it.
Wow. You know, because I'm sitting here going, and the fact that you say the skin, because I had, the doctor's like, I don't know what you got, but it's like a form of psoriasis. And they said us, but then he's like, I'm not going to say psoriasis. He goes, because it comes and goes.
Yep.
And
that could very easily be yeast. I mean, again, I'm not going to diagnose you.
That's fine. And he, you know, and he's like, I'll do a culture if you want on it. But at that time it was gone. That is crazy. I mean, that's insane. Sign me up for that product too.
Right. And, you know, I mean, it's not just in your digestive tract because candida flow all over the body.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's one of those things where I would say I would say comfortably a majority of people probably have candida overgrowth in their body. I mean, I've seen so many people where they start taking the product or something like it, and they get, you know, a lot of the symptoms that they were having just go away and their cravings go away. And so it's evidence based as far as, you know, my experiences.
Crazy. I mean, that's insane. Like I said, I did the juicing diet, and I'll tell you, I felt good. You know, for me to walk, at that time I was taking the train. I used to take taxi cabs to my office. 2 miles every day. So 4 miles a day. I'd walk to my office in downtown Chicago. Everything was great. And then I don't know where it went south. I had a hamburger or something, and I was like, oh, what was I missing?
Right. Sometimes that's all that's needed. Yeah, no kidding. But, you know, so I was just like you, like 15 years or so ago. Again, that was like when in my pharmaceutical days where I thought drugs were king and I could eat anything I want. I was young. So, you know, what did it matter back then, you know? Today, totally different. Last 10 years, I've been, you know, on a very clean diet. That doesn't mean I never cheat. I do. You know, I go out to restaurants and I like to have fun and I drink at a Super Bowl and, you know, I'm a normal person. But it's interesting when I have foods that are truly toxic, you know, they've got, high fructose corn syrup in them. They've got, the dyes in them. They've got artificial sweeteners in them. I detect it right away. And honestly, because I've been eating healthy for so long, it tastes disgusting to me. So you can train your brain and retrain it. The neurons are there. They pick it up, the signals. And then, of course, you know, once your body starts to incorporate the good stuff, it detects toxins quickly.
Now, I mean, what foods should be a mainstay of our diet for good liver health?
Yeah. I mean, well, for liver health, I mean, there are some herbs out there that are really good at cleaning out the liver. I mean, if you're not going the supplement route, because that's the easy way.
I'm going to use Liver Medic.
Yeah.
So don't worry about that. I got that covered. But like, what foods should I include in my, you know, that I should have, you know, leafy salad, spinach?
Yep. Yeah. I mean, you just jump on Google and type in superfoods and you're going to get the list. And there's like the top 20 stuff that you should be incorporating into your diet every week, like chia seed, flaxseed, spinach, blueberries, you know, let's see, coconut oil is a good one. So like when I get up in the morning, I usually make a protein shake. And it's a dairy-free shake. It's a rice-based protein, super clean, doesn't have any of those, you know, GMOs in there or anything. And I'll put, you know, coconut oil in there, of course, you know, water, blueberry, chia seed, flax seed. For me, I'm a man, so I end up putting raw pumpkin seed in there because that's going to protect your prostate. You know, and and sometimes I'll mix some nuts in there. And I throw in all of that stuff in there. The spinach is good. I have dark cacao powder. And look, I don't like stuff that tastes like heck like hell anyway. So I'll do the dark cacao powder. It's heavy in antioxidant. Chocolate is one of those things. As long as it's not milk chocolate, it's a dark chocolate. It's very healthy for you. It's got antioxidants in there. That's all benefits. So you don't have to go, on a diet that doesn't taste good to be healthy. Quite the opposite. And the other thing I'm playing around with right now is I'm eating pretty much a straight vegetarian diet. There's been a lot of studies recently that have identified that meats, chickens, cows, certainly pigs, have a very unique sugar in their system that creates problems and that does not exist in human beings. And that is what creates problems. So now they've gotten to the point, at least scientifically, where they've been able to identify what is it that causes problems when you start eating animals for extended periods of time. It's the sugar that humans don't have in their body and can't process properly. And I just told you before that sugar is kind of like, that's the big hidden danger. So stay away from processed sugar. Well, it turns out animals have a unique sugar in them too that we also need to steer clear of. So that's what I'm doing.
What about like fish?
Yeah, fish doesn't seem to have a problem. The only issue with fish is, if you're pulling it out of the Pacific, you got to worry about it glowing at night. And then, all the metals that end up getting tossed into the water. And of course, a lot of our fish are now on psychotropic drugs. So, that's also an issue.
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, because we do a lot of fishing here in the Gulf. And like I said, we're pulling them through that soup. Yeah, I love fish and seafood, but yeah, you're right. I don't want to swim in the Gulf, so why would I eat anything that I pull out of the Gulf? But it's tempting.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I mean, there's hardly anything out there that's healthier than fish. They've got those nice omega-3s in there that we don't get enough in our diet. Our diet is very rich on omega-6s, which throws our whole body out of sync. And makes it acidic and creates other health issues. And so, everybody's reaching for an omega-3. That's essentially what's coming out of fish, flaxseed, chia seed, that kind of stuff. So, yeah. Yeah.
So what is obviously you've got to be committed to change your diet. You can't continue to use your products and still eat, McDonald's or Burger King and I'm not, if you want to eat McDonald's or Burger King, that's up to you guys. I should say fast food. I don't want them suing me.
Right. Yeah, right.
But so what is a typical liver cleanse regimen like? What am I getting myself into? Because I'm sold. I'm one of these guys. When I have an author on the show, I read his book or their book. So, it's not like I just have people on the show. So when I have a person like so obviously you don't have a book. You have your product with the liver medic. So where should I start, or where should a normal person or a person who's interested in this, who wants to give it a shot? Where do we start? What's the process?
Yeah, that's a great question. As a matter of fact, I got that question just about 5 minutes before I got on this show. It takes a lot of discipline to get to where I am. It took me over, 10 years to eat the way I do. So I'm not asking people to go cold turkey on their whole history of eating and just change to what I do. But I do think that there's some important things that you ought to eliminate from your diet and start incorporating in. And I'll be honest with people. You can't sit on a sofa and drink beer and potato chips and take my product and think that you're, going to end up, getting into Mr. Olympia. It's
looking fabulous. Yeah.
So, I just like with Mike, with the firefighter, 9/11. I mean, I put him on a very strict diet, but he was almost DOA. But, first thing in the morning, you wake up, tall glass. I'm talking about 20, 25 ounces of water with a little bit of lemon in it. Believe it or not, that's huge. and just throw that thing down. So the lemon has phytonutrients in it that wake up the liver and tells the liver, let's get going, drop the toxins that you got rid of last night in the bile, have it flow through the gallbladder. That feeds the bacteria in your digestive system, gets everything going, and it gets rid of the toxins that you processed from the night before. So that's a huge piece, okay? And that's simple. That's really simple. The other thing is, I usually have a protein shake in the morning. I don't eat, eggs and sausage I definitely stay away from cereal. Cereal is highly processed. It's extruded, so there's no nutrients. They say fortified because they got rid of all the nutrients in the processing.
And they spray it back on.
Synthetic stuff back in. It's garbage.
Yeah.
Don't ever eat it.
Now I'll do like 2 eggs, scrambled eggs.
Perfectly good. I have no problem with eggs.
Okay.
I'm a huge egg fan myself. So as long as you're not allergic to it, and you do have to find out whether you're allergic to it because it has small molecular weight proteins that sometimes you're sensitive to. I am a total, because you have high cholesterol doesn't mean you're getting it from high cholesterol foods. Your body doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
So, don't listen to a doctor that starts telling you that stuff.
Yeah. Well, like I said, Sandy, we're getting eggs. I mean, we're getting chickens. We're going to get like 4 to 5 chickens and a little rooster coop here in the backyard. So because we love eggs. I mean, that's.
Yep. And cholesterol production, it does not mirror cholesterol ingestion. What it's doing is it's a Band-Aid for toxins and sugar that's floating around in the body that's creating damage. That's why the cholesterol's out there. They're the firefighters. Okay. So that's the connection. The other thing, that I would incorporate, I told you about some of the things you need to avoid, those processed oils.
Yep.
You got to get rid of those guys. Oils that you should include. I'm big on butter. Do not go with the synthetic margarines or that kind of stuff. It doesn't melt. It doesn't taste like butter despite their marketing campaign, and it does a lot of damage. Yeah. Get rid of the artificial sweeteners and flavors and all that stuff. And then I would, the other big thing, you got to eat organic, or at least you got to avoid GMO foods.
Sure.
And it's because of the herbicides and pesticides. I'm not even going to get into the molecular genetics of why splicing genes and not knowing exactly what you're doing and then sticking in the ground and growing stuff is bad. I'm not going to get into it.
Yeah, spider salmon and stuff like that, where they're taking salmon genes and spiders and they mixing them together and they're saying, "Oh, that's okay."
Yeah. So, but here's this is one of the things that a lot of people don't understand about GMO foods. And I think this is really getting to the crux of it. Okay. So, the conventional farmer was growing his corn, and he had to worry about weeds and things. But this GMO product, hey, it's herbicide resistant. So what does the farmer end up doing? He plants the corn and then he saturates the place with this Roundup. Like 10 to 20 times the amount of herbicide and pesticide is used on a GMO plant than a conventional plant. So before, and of course you don't have it integrated into the plant. So you could potentially take home a conventional piece of produce and wash off the toxins and eat it, and you'd be fine. You wouldn't be consuming a lot of pesticides and herbicides. Now in this GMO age, where you're getting a ton more of this stuff dropped on the soil, it's getting into the produce. You cannot wash it off. You are ingesting it. And glyphosate is not like the conventional herbicides and pesticides, and that's the danger. Well, okay, so those are some things that I would definitely.
Well, that was the thing with juicing, is I was warned. I was like, hey, because I bought myself a real, like a nice juicer. Mm-hmm. And a buddy of mine who happened to be a physician was like, all you're doing is when you eat an apple and that has herbicides on it or in it or whatever, there's like buffer, there's fiber there that kind of absorb. When you juice it, you are getting 80% of the actual apple juice, and then you're getting the 20% of the pesticide.
You
just increased. He goes, the problem that you have with juicing, and he's like, I'm not against it. You just got to be watching out what you're juicing, because the problem is now what you've done is you've increased the level of your absorption of that pesticide. Where before, when it was in fibrous, saturated material, your body would waste it. And now you just extracted it. And I was like, oh, thanks,
that
bud.
doctor on speed dial. He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I was like, oh, thank you. Because you just ruined it for me. And I think that's why I went, I think in my sick logic, I'm like, oh, shoot, I'm just going to go eat the hamburger. Screw it.
Right. But like, you're an IT guy, right?
Yeah.
So, the old adage of garbage in, garbage out, garbage code, you're not going to get a good product out of that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, absolutely. He's
but how do we know? I mean, we have, all right. So unless I grow it myself, which I think is probably where we're going, right? But how do you know? Like, we have a farmer's market, we have co-ops, but people, I hate to say it, people are profit driven. And if they can, like here in Florida's I love strawberries, but they are so chemically produced.
Oh, yes.
I mean, I think the strawberries are the worst thing you can possibly eat because
strawberries and blueberries and spinach is on the list, and there's a whole bunch of them. But you're right, that's almost the top of the list.
Yeah. How do I know without going to Whole Paycheck? But you go to Whole Paycheck and they're ripping you off.
Yeah, I walked into Whole Foods one time with a friend of mine who from Puerto Rico, and we went over to the section that had organic mangoes. Yeah. And he goes up to the produce manager and he goes, "Where did these come from? Because it says they're from Puerto Rico." And he's like, "There are no organic farms in Puerto Rico." Yeah. And he goes, "Oh yeah, we got it from the south, down in." I'm not going to remember the town. That happens to be the town that he lives in.
Ponce?
And there's only one mango farmer, and those are not organic.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, the guy on the floor was very embarrassed because my friend, of course, he ripped him right in front of all of his customers. Selling stuff that's not organic and saying it is, and making people pay twice as much. So yeah, it is difficult. I will say that if you buy organic, conventional wisdom says that you're probably getting 20% that's not, maybe 80% that is. It's kind of a, shooting monkey in a barrel. But know the questions to ask. Pepper the guy that's selling you the product. Where is this coming from? Which farm is it coming from? How do you know there are not chemicals on there? What kinds of chemicals do they put on there? Is it GMO? And you may not get the right answer.
Well, I mean, let's talk about, we go, Sandy and I, we go to Puerto Rico quite a bit. Mm-hmm. I will tell you we usually go 2 weeks at a time. And when we go to Puerto Rico, we eat like kings, because we go into the small towns. We go to like Mananabo and those areas. And Sandy's great at finding these, houses to rent and stuff like that. So we typically eat like kings. I will tell you, when I'm down there, I eat so much food. I am so full, and I lose a ton of weight while I'm down there. And because it's all fresh, it's all, if you want pork or anything like that, you go right down the street and there's a guy that slaughtered his pig, and you buy the slaughtered pig.
You got it.
Or whatever. If you want, vegetables, there's the market, and it's all fresh, and it's, everybody talks about Puerto Rico. I love it because I love the culture. You want to talk about coffee? We went up to Sandy's farm. When you guys travel, have you gone up into the coffee region?
Oh yeah.
There in the center. Our favorite place is Sandy's. Sandy gets scared when we go to Sandy's farm because you're driving up a road. And as you know, you're in the mountains and there's no passing and stuff. We figured out what the trick was, though. You stop and let the person that lives there pass you. You don't try to pass them on the mountain. You let them pass you. But we'll go up there, and the coffee, oh my God, Sandy's is the name of the coffee. And besides Tim Horton, I love Tim Hortons. You listen to the show, you'll know that. But Sandy's coffee, it's all organic coffee.
Yeah.
And it's just it's nothing like you've ever drank before in your whole entire life.
I could not agree with you more. The other major producer over there is San Pedro, and they make a lot of the coffee bean out in Puerto Rico. Same area, same soil, just super, super rich. I'll tell you a quick story. I ended up meeting the guys who ran San Pedro, and they said that they were Starbucks, the guys who ran Starbucks, had a meeting with them, and they wanted to buy their land. They they offered some outrageous number, and they said no, because they're real Puerto Ricans. They don't want to be selling their land to large American companies. Yeah. But to your point, yeah, absolutely. And have you been to Aguas Buenas?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a beautiful, beautiful area.
Yep.
I love that.
Yep.
Yeah. And Culebra, the little island off the coast.
Yep, absolutely. Okay. Well, I haven't been there. I know where it's at. We haven't taken the ferry off.
Yeah, put it on your list. That's good stuff.
Yeah. I've already told Sandy we're moving there. We're looking for real estate in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, that's a good move there.
Yeah, we love it, and it's funny because I'm like, what kind of internet do you have? Now that Cuba's opening up, well, their internet, it's all right. But now that Cuba's opening up, and that was one of the things that has always been, so now we can run a transatlantic line through Cuba down through Haiti and then down into Puerto Rico, which will be nice.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean,
thanks.
Yeah, that will make them really nice. It's just like, well, I'm preaching to the choir. The culture there is completely different, and it's and everything. But getting back to the food, the whole reason why I brought this up is because you can eat food for a guy like me here in the States. It doesn't matter how much I eat. I don't feel full. There, I'll have one of their, a pork soup or something, and then it's with a plantain, with a fried plantain or something. And I'm like, oh, I can't eat no more.
Right.
And it's incredible. I mean, it's just utterly incredible. And I don't have to have the 16-ounce T-bone steak. There you have the skirt steak, but you feel full. And I think it's all because of the quality of the food.
The Tarasco. Yeah. Oh, that's good stuff. But, and we've had customers and patients that end up having the same experiences going over to Europe. They travel to Spain or Italy and they eat like kings, right? Yeah. And then they lose weight. And they come back and, the person who had to eat gluten-free was over there eating pasta and bread. Yeah. No issues.
No issues whatsoever. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, I'm one of the guys. I'm not supposed to eat gluten. Look, so you understand my medical condition. I can't sleep laying down in a bed because I have gastro issues. I will literally wake up, sick.
Right.
And everything. It's just, I sleep. I have a chair that I sleep in, and, that keeps me upright because I'm firm believer. I completely destroy my body. I'm telling you, I'm a case study for you.
Hey, listen, you know what?
Liver medic.
And we talked about this before about, your liver being extremely resilient. The rest of your body is extremely resilient too. And a lot of people, I think, give into the fact that, I'm old. I can't eat what I was, could when I was younger. I can't do the things that I could do. And there's some limitations. We're not 20 forever, but to reach into your 40s and 50s and feel like you cannot do sort of basic things anymore. No. That's diet, and it's reversible. Yeah. So, everything that we're talking about, I really feel like we focus on diet and we can speed things up with supplements, and all of these things are reversible. And here's the thing for me. My background obviously is research, medicine, science. When I got into this, I really didn't know what I was getting into. Mm-hmm. And then I started talking to my physician friends, and they're like, this is a massive trend going on. You don't realize 1 in 3 people have liver disease. Okay. And a majority of people have leaky gut, and a majority of people have candida overgrowth.
I want to stop you there because leaky gut, what is, to me, that means that, like for me, that means that's why I can't sleep laying down.
Right.
Is that what leaky gut is? I mean, is that really what it means?
To a certain extent, yeah. I mean, if you've been taking proton inhibitors and things like that, that's definitely a symptom of leaky gut. And essentially what's going on is you have, what the conventional medicine would call dysbiosis in your gut. And it's basically saying the bacteria that was there is now, the good bacteria have decreased in numbers, and you have either parasitic bacteria, maybe some virus, maybe you have some metals in there. You could have heavy metals sitting in your digestive tract, and you maybe have an overgrowth of candida.
Okay.
And when that happens, you no longer have that messaging mechanism in your digestive tract. Your body doesn't know what's in the lumen of your GI tract. It doesn't get broken down the same way, so you get malnourished. And on top of that, these deleterious things start to release chemicals that break down the soft tissue. And now foreign substances can get into your body where before they were prohibited from doing that. That is like classic leaky gut.
Wow.
So you end up getting foreign particles that were not recognized before in your body. You don't get the nutrition because they're not being broken down properly by the bacteria, and it's not getting communicated to your body. It's kind of it's a mess. And a lot of people are in that state. It is fixable. It does take a little bit of time. That's why so many people are on the probiotic kick, because that can help. But people have to proactively get rid of candida. That's a big deal. They have to get off the GMOs, because the GMOs will, introduce chemicals that start to pit those same tissues. So there is a lot to it. And then, of course, people with the IBS issues, sometimes they have, a big one is C. diff. It's a bacteria that's typically in the lower intestine. But if you have this dysbiosis, it can sometimes come up and into the small intestine. And sometimes doctors will refer to this as SIBO, small intestinal bacterial overgrowth. They don't know what it is. Sometimes they don't identify it properly as C. diff. And that can create a lot of problems too.
Is that where I saw a study? Well, it was on 2020 or whatever. And I don't mean to gross our listeners out, but that's where they were taking stool from healthy people and injecting it into these people that had the C. diff, because they had such a high bacterial rate that they haven't had like a normal bowel movement in years.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes you have to fight bad bacteria with good bacteria. That's the only way you win that battle, and that's what they're doing. Exactly.
Yeah, I saw that, and they were saying that these people are it's curing them. It's saving their lives.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and sometimes in some cases it gets so bad that they have to remove parts of their intestinal tract. I mean, God forbid you have to do that.
Yeah.
But the other thing is when people don't take care of their liver and they take in a lot of toxins, and they're not drinking enough water, and they're not excreting bile properly, sometimes the gallbladder will get backed up. And doctors look at the gallbladder like it's like an option on a car. Like, do you want leather seats? Do you want air conditioning? Do you no, it's not that. And they go ahead and they remove the gallbladder. Well, that makes my job a lot more difficult. You do not want to lose your gallbladder. But again, like the lemon water in the morning, I'm telling you, that's such a simple thing. If I could get everybody in the U.S. to do that, there'd be a lot of healthier people out there.
Wow.
But to your point earlier, the reason I do this, I've figured this out recently, is I'm sort of on a spiritual path, not religious, but spiritual. There's an awakening going on in this world, and it's undeniable. The veil is being lifted. We can see the corruption in our politics. We see the corruption in our financial markets. We see that the food that we're eating is not healthy. We're questioning a lot of things. In order to do that, you got to have a brain that works properly. You can't have parts of it that are calcified and have heavy metals in it. You got to be clean. Your diet's got to be clean. You got to be able to receive these things mentally and sometimes on other levels. Yeah. And so I sort of feel like my purpose here, although I didn't understand it when I first got into this, is to remove toxins from people's body so that they can, receive what they're supposed to receive. And we're getting to some place that, that we haven't been to before.
No, I'm with you. I mean, I'm absolutely with you. When I did my old shows and when I did the political podcasts and stuff like that, I didn't, I had huge audiences. Now that we're into the non-mainstream and stuff, I'm learning that there is definitely a message here, and all of our guests have reiterated that there's a message here and we're missing it. And it could be, and God forbid that when you finally get the message, you die of a heart attack or you die of a stroke or you die of whatever. And so that's why I can tell you, I've never taken my health seriously. I've always been one of these guys that, how do I say this? I never wanted to be the Christian that was afraid to die. And there's so many out there. And I never wanted to be that guy. I never wanted to be, I always criticize these Christians that were always, how do I say, wanting to live forever or finding, living on, I lived a life of, hey, when it's my time to go, it's my time to go.
Right.
Why am I afraid? I'm a Christian. I know where I'm going. And you tell me heaven's a great place and sitting with Jesus is a great thing to do. Why am I fighting it? Right.
Right.
But then again, I sat back and so that was my attitude. That's how I justified where I was at. I was like, I don't care. I eat my hamburger.
Garcia approach. I don't want to go beyond 50 anyway.
Yeah, that's right. Who cares? Right. Because I'm going to go see Jesus, JC anyways, hang out with him.
Right.
And, or come back or whatever. But now that I'm doing these shows, I'm sitting here going, whoa. I got so much more to learn and I got so much more to to teach other people. Yeah. And now what is really crazy because, my kids listen and I hope they don't feel bad about this, but it's one of these things that, dad don't care about staying around for us. Well, I always said I'll haunt him anyways, but, but the thing is now I'm like, I got to stick around because we have a message and the show has a message that has to get out there and who else is going to do it? When I'm gone, I can tell you, Sandy ain't going to take over the microphone. Right. So it's going to all end up on eBay. The thing is now I'm starting to take my health a lot, and that might be sad and might be just demented in some regard, but now I'm taking my health a little bit seriously because you're right. We have to give them guys like me, guys like you, you have to get your product out there to get people back on track. I have to get the message out there. Yeah. To get the people, going to you and because you're not gonna, like I said, even if you had the money, I can promise you that the NFL's not going to let you promote your product because they might think about it until they get the phone call from the pharmacy, pharmaceutical. Right, exactly. And say, no, you cannot let him do that because we have all these pills that people with those diseases, they got to take.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, exactly. So, and I mean, to your point, like I'm not sitting here on the bow of a 120-foot yacht. Yeah. So I don't want to make sure your listeners understand. I go out and I give free lectures at health food stores. I'm actually going to be down in the Florida area too. But I tell people how to eat. I tell people what to avoid. Sure. I want people to be well. They should definitely take my product to speed the process up. You don't have to get healthy, but I would like you to listen to what I have to say so that you can stay around too.
Yeah. No, I mean, and that's awesome. So how is your product made? I mean, do you oversee the lab or, how's your product made?
As far as the research that went into it, there's a lot of research that went into it, and that was direct lab work. At this point, we do contract with a manufacturer. Mm-hmm. There are very tight specifications of which they have to operate because, of course, we have to have zero toxins involved in there. The excipients, which are just basically other ingredients to help things along, they can't be toxic. So they have to, make sure that everything goes through us. I'm going
to put you on the spot. Are they manufactured in the States or are they?
Oh yeah, no, they're overseen. Yeah. They're overseen by the FDA. This is This is CGMP manufactured product. This is not. It's definitely not in someone's basement or over in China.
Okay. So, and I think CGMP. Well, I don't want to put words in your mouth and stuff, but I believe, aren't they? Well, I'm not going to say.
What's that?
Well, I think there's another. I think there's another company that sells that they manufacture, and that's InfoWars, the InfoWar products. I'm sure they have supplement manufacturers over there too, but CGMP is just certified good manufacturing practice, and it's something that all companies have to adhere to in order to sell U.S. manufactured products. That's all that is. I got you. It's it's kind of like a product safety kind of organ.
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
It's not the actual manufacturer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, I got you. And I think that's what InfoWars, Alex, they were saying with his products and stuff, because he's got very similar products to yours. And
I'll be honest with you. I mean, saying that you're CGMP doesn't really mean a whole lot. I mean, it means that there are standards, but we go way beyond those CGMP standards. If somebody sits here and says, well, we've got high quality products because we're CGMP, I know already that they're not,
well, it's a starting level.
That's the floor. That's not the ceiling.
It's funny because when, like in the firearms business, you hear people say, well, this is mil spec. And everybody's like, well, is it mil spec? And you go, you got to understand, mil spec is actually at the bottom.
Right. Exactly.
It just means, this is guaranteed not to blow up in your hands, but that doesn't mean, that's where you begin as a manufacturer.
That's not the threshold that you want to jump over.
Yeah, that's right.
That you want to step over.
Yeah, mil spec, all that says is that this is the lowest level we'll go, and we feel comfortable putting this in a soldier's hand.
You got it.
It does not mean, and it's so funny because people will be like, is this mil spec? It's not mil spec. It's not. And it's like, you don't understand, like AR-15 billet is not mil spec because the military says they want them forged, not billet solid material. But everybody knows that a billet is if it's manufactured correctly and cut out correctly, is actually stronger than a forged. And there's a lot of argument, but I'm not going to get there. It's not a firearm discussion, but yeah, I get it. It's the same thing.
That's a perfect analogy though. Absolutely.
It's the basic standard, then it goes up from there, which is important. I think the one that got me is the fact that these are manufactured in the United States. That was the big, that's always the concern because, especially in the supplement business, that's the reason why I don't take supplements. Because you don't ever know where they're manufactured. And the other thing too is the way that the laws are made up. They could still be manufactured over China, but the label or they can be packaged here in the United States, and then they can say, oh, they're manufactured in the United States.
Yeah, that's right. And in my former life, I was an executive at a very large private label manufacturer here in the U.S. So a lot of the brands, the major brands that your listeners probably buy off the shelf when they go into a supplement store, I formulated directly with them. Yeah. And I will tell you that people who buy supplements really have to figure out who they're buying from. And, yesterday's good reputation, if the owner and founder is really not in the company anymore, I will tell you that the people who come in the back door are bean counters. Yeah. And then they start to say, that grade A quality ingredient that's going into that great product, we can do that at grade D, get the same amount of sales, and save ourselves 40%. And that you can't pick up by looking at a bottle. You can't do it. Yeah. You have to have the formulator with his passion, with his own quality standard, setting the bar. We in
the computer business, we call that the Western Digital effect. And Western Digital was notorious for this. They would build a great hard drive, right? They would take over the market for Maxtor, their competition mainly. They would take over the market. Then they would realize, well, we're going to put this, instead of paying the 5-cent spring, we're going to put the 2-cent spring in there. And then they would lose market share, to save money, and to maximize their profits. They would then lose market share because their hard drives were, you'll see hard drives for Western Digital cycle, the quality cycles like every 2 years. So they'll lose quality. Maxtor will then come in and be the higher quality hard drive. And then they realize, oh, we can cut costs by doing this. They'll fall. Maxtor, Western Digital's losing market share. And then they're like, oh, we need to put the good quality back in there. They'll put the good quality back in there. Profits go down, but yet they capture market, and it's like a 2-year cycle, and we call it the Western Digital effect.
Yeah,
they're known for that.
It definitely happens in the supplement industry too.
Yeah. Well, I think it happens in every industry. I mean, it just
definitely does. Yeah. I mean, guys come in, they see a cash cow, they buy it, and they try to milk it. I think that's the definition of it. Yeah. But I'll tell you, I do remember being at this was at a pharmaceutical conference. Was it a pharmaceutical conference? No, it was a medical conference. And there was a pharmaceutical rep. I think he was from Merck. Got up there and he started to berate the people in the audience that he asked everybody, who goes to Whole Foods and buys all their, groceries over there. And then he said, hey, after you eat your food, he said, my apologies. He said buying supplements. He said, you buy those supplements. After you take a supplement, go to the bathroom and check out what color your urine stream is. You think that you're getting what you're getting taken for a ride. Yeah. He's essentially saying it's all going into the urine stream. And I was so incensed by this. I got an opportunity to ask him a question in front of this audience. And I said, do you buy, do you eat fruits and vegetables? He said, yeah, of course I do. I said, after you eat your fruits and vegetables, do you go to the bathroom and do you look at the color of your urine stream? I said, are you going to say that fruits and vegetables are a waste of money now? I mean, that's ludicrous to say, but you're going to say that with supplements.
Yeah, they do. I remember seeing that study where they said a lot of your supplements, you extract them, you expel them. And it's like, you're absolutely right. I mean, but we extract or expel everything.
And some of that is correct. However, I will tell you that there are a lot of optically active, in other words, colored things that are toxins. Yeah. So how can you tell by looking at a urine stream whether that's supplement or whether that's the toxin that the supplement transferred?
Yeah. I mean, it's only that your body's going to take what it needs and then it's going to throw the rest of it away.
You got it. Yeah. It's the equilibrium. You bet.
Yeah. No, I'm not all right. So let's getting back to the regiment here. So we got the liver cleanse, and like you said, in the morning, 32 ounces or 26 ounces. How many?
Yeah, between 20 and 25 ounces of water or whatever you can drink with lemon in it. That's important.
With lemon, and then you do yourself a little protein shake. Yeah, I do hemp protein. I have hemp protein.
Good. That's good. And the eggs are fine. That's an excellent source of protein. I'm cool with that. You could do a nice rice protein if you like. Sure. I stay away from the dairy stuff just because it's small molecular weight proteins. And quite honestly, they're so full of proteins and sugars that the body does not recognize. That why would I introduce that into the body? It doesn't make any sense. I create an inflammatory state, whether or not I'm actually allergic to it or not. So I just avoid it.
Sure.
And then, I do take my own product. So I take a liver cleanse. I take the hepatibin every day. I don't take it in the quantities that somebody with liver disease would take it, but I do take it every day. And it cleans out, whatever I was eating or drinking, or put on my skin or came in contact with through the air. So that's always an important part of my day.
Now, is your liver cleanse is it like a supplement, a pill, or is it a drink? Is it a shake?
No, it's a pill. Okay. And we made it a pill because if anyone out there has ever taken a liver supplement in water, like a powder-based, they'll tell you that's disgusting. It tastes terrible because it's usually sulfur-driven. And it's got a lot of sulfur compounds in it. And that's done on purpose because they're very good at donating and taking electrons. Yeah. So it's going to smell terrible. Yeah. Why would you want to drink that?
I did a liver cleanse with Long, my buddy, and he brings this bucket, and this stuff was like molasses syrup.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it was like a charcoal. It had all this stuff in it. And it not only, but it also cleans your intestines. And then it adds like a fibrous material. So it was two things. It was a liver cleanse plus a colon cleanser.
That's good.
And this thing, I will tell you, oh my goodness. But it detoxified me, but,
I think where you're getting to is pretty much what I was thinking too, because I get a lot of clients saying a couple of things. Number one is I lost weight. I didn't expect that. I mean, my liver enzyme count came down, which was what my target was. I wanted to get healthy, but I ended up losing weight, and I can get into why that is. I don't sell it as a weight loss product, but it has that component. The other part of it is people have become regular. They're not constipated. It's not, it's not going the other direction. They become regular. So, and that makes sense. You're rebalancing things in your digestive tract. So yeah, it's operating properly. The plumbing's working right.
Yeah, it's working the way it should.
Yeah. But, like I told you, like I had said earlier, when toxins build up in the system, the main defense that liver has once it becomes overwhelmed is to store toxins in fat cells. So if I give you a product that takes toxins and takes it from a fat soluble to a water soluble so you can run it out of your body, there's no need for all the excess fat in the liver and around problem areas, the waist, the thighs. So people end up losing weight, and specifically fat, because hopefully you get into a ketogenic state, which means fat burning state. And that is that's the trouble piece of it. Like when people go on a diet and they're like, oh, I hit the wall. Whatever that wall is. Oh, my wall's 240. My wall's 180. My wall's 310. Whatever it is. That's the point at which your body says, I can't burn any more fat because I'm storing the toxins. You give a product to somebody where you get rid of the toxins, then the body says, okay, I can do this. No problem. Wow. So that's what people are starting to find out.
Sure. And I think it's very important, as you said, is that you can't, you can't put the crap back in. So this is right. You're getting it out using your products, but the main thing too is that you got to make sure that you're not putting, the stuff back in, so you got to eat healthy and make sure. So what's your typical day look like? Lunch salad wise. Now you said you don't eat meat. So is it salads? Is it what types of salads? I've heard iceberg. See, I love iceberg lettuce.
Sure.
But then Sandy's like, has no nutritional value.
Right.
It's like, but it's better than the freaking hamburger I'm going to eat or the 4 tacos from Taco Bell, right?
Yeah, no, I hear you. Exactly. I get pretty creative. A lot of times when I'm like on the road and I'm on a business trip, I'll go to like the vegan restaurants and stuff because I will take a look at the menu and I'll steal their recipes off the menus because they know what they're doing and they know how to make things right. So I do things like there's a sweet potato, lentil, quinoa patty that I make. It is absolutely out of this world.
Wow.
And there's an awesome sauce that you make with it. It's like mustard, garlic, soy, cilantro, mayonnaise, and I think a couple of seasonings. And the sauce just makes it. And I'm telling you, it may not be as good as a Big Mac, but it's damn near close.
Yeah.
And it's super healthy for you.
Well, but if you never had a Big Mac or you're not going to eat a Big Mac, how would you know what a Big Mac tastes like, right? After about 5 years.
I've about 12, 15 years now. So you're right.
Yeah.
But, and I'll eat things like, my wife, bless her, she's awesome. She ended up making a quinoa salad for me today, which had quinoa, cubed squash, green onions, cilantro, olive oil, some salt, some cranberries, and pumpkin seeds. I'm telling you, this stuff tastes awesome. It's got your sweet, it's got your tang, it's full of protein. The quinoa is a superfood. The squash gave it a nice texture. The pumpkin seeds, as I said, it's good for the prostate, so it's good for men. It's got a ton of B vitamins in there. Those are the things, and I'm not sacrificing taste.
Yeah.
If I want something, if I want to cheat, I will pull out dark chocolate, chips or a bar, and I'll eat it with, cashew butter or almond butter or peanut butter, And what's the difference between that and Reese's? I don't get all the negative stuff in the Reese's bar, Yeah. And that's perfectly fine. I'm perfectly fine with that. You get your omega-3s out of that. You get your antioxidants. I'm telling you.
Have you been to Chicago?
Oh, yeah.
My favorite place. All right, so here you go. Here's my two favorite. It's crazy because how can I love this type of food and still be fat? My two favorite places when I lived in Chicago, when you get in the Union Station, and it's on the underground side, you got to go on the, Union Station. So you go down below. There's a place called Chicago Raw.
Oh, okay.
And you can get pasta. It's all raw food.
Nice.
And they make, like a pasta, and it's made, it's incredible. And then there's the other place. If you want to have like a dinner, you can go to, it's called Manna Food Bar. Mm-hmm. And it's actually a formal restaurant, and that's raw as well. What's cool about, like I said, none of this food's cooked. It's all vegetable. It's all vegetarian, vegan. And and none of it's cooked, and it's raw food. So you can have like a spaghetti dinner, and it's a little space. It's like $9, but in Chicago, a good spaghetti dinner is going to cost you, $9, $12, $13, $15 at Maggiano's. But you can go there and it's all raw food, and none of it's cooked. Yeah. And it's just, it is. I love that place. I love, and especially Chicago Raw. But you can in Union Station in downtown Chicago, if you take the train, you can. It's down in the basement.
I love the fact that you plugged that place, because everybody who goes to Chicago, you should check that place out. That sounds like an awesome place to go to. Oh
yeah, and it's right there at the train. If you're in Union Station, there in the Chase Building, which is the main. It's not Union Station. It's it's in the Chase, so it's the Metro Depot. It's the Metro Station. The main one in the basement of the Chase Building. It's they're back in the corner. There's like little markets. What's cool is Chicago is starting to get into the local grown markets, and that whole market below there is all fresh, everything fresh that you can possibly. Yeah. And I love that place. I would go there, and it's not cheap though. It's not. But you're paying. But you're not paying for. Cheap food, cheap processed food. This is real grown. They take the vegetables right in front of you. They have a juicing bar, and you grab your radishes, you grab your spinach, everything you want, your oranges, and they juice it all right there for you.
Oh, hey, you know what? Good point. I may say this to your listeners, and they may think I'm a little cracked, but you've had wheatgrass shots, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. So one of the best things that you can do for your body, wheatgrass. Yes. Absolutely. And I'm going to, for your listeners, jump online and get yourself one of these wheatgrass kits. You can grow like an entire lawn in your apartment, and you're going to have wheatgrass for months. And it's not expensive, and it's very healthy for you. I do that. And I think it's a great way to stay healthy.
Yeah. Hey, Brandon, most of our guests think that they've been abducted by aliens. So anything you say is going to be like, you're safe, man. You're not going to throw anything, you're not going to throw anything at my listeners that, I can tell you, most of the listeners are like, really? They're like, we were waiting for the anal probing and all that stuff. That's bad. I shouldn't say that, but no, it's important. But it is important because this is, look, people. I shared with you the fact that I was ready to check out, but we now have a message to do, and if you don't have a strong nutritional background, foundation, and I can't do these shows 4 hours every night, 5 hours or 5 days a week, on top of doing the other stuff that I do. I've got to get, in order for me to do these shows, I've got to get a more healthy, conscious lifestyle in order to keep up with the pace. And
these shows that you're putting on, this is an endurance run.
Yeah.
I don't think people understand how much goes into putting together shows like this. And you do a really good job of it too.
Thank you. And we're getting better. And we're going to go at the first of the year, we're going to 5 hours.
Awesome. That's awesome.
So, and then we're, my thing is though, is that I still want to keep one guest. I don't want to, I want to have a focus for the night. Right. Mm-hmm. But part of the 5 hours is that we're going to do video production. There's going to be a lot, a lot more production to it. But yeah, we're going to 5 hours soon. And
so you gotta stay healthy if you're going to get, doing all this taxing stuff.
I got to. And it's, I have family members that are like really worried about me, and, and I told them you were going to be on and you're going to help me, and life is good.
I'll follow up with you after this.
Yeah.
I'll send you some products, and I'll give you sort of an outline regimen.
Sure.
We'll get this done.
No, and I'll be a great like I said, I'll be a great test. I'll be the first one to tell you. I know it's going to work because I know exactly what's going on. I think I probably tried your products before. Mm-hmm. And I do know that they work. See, like I said, the problem that I've always faced is I'll start out strong because that's my nature. That's just who I am. I'm one of these guys, Brett. If I want to learn if I look at an airplane and I go, I want to learn how to fly that airplane. A week later, I'm in pilot school. I'm that type of guy. I'm that compulsive. I have that nature about me. If I want to do something, I'm gonna do it. And you're not gonna. Sandy just says.
Well, remember, you asked me right in the beginning of this. You said, "Well, what kind of regimen should I, should people approach to diet and all that stuff?" And I said, I got that exact same question 5 minutes before I got on the show.
Yeah.
I literally told them, I said, "Do not follow the diet that I have. I'm on a diet. I'm on my own diet. I find it livable for me." There's probably less than 1% of people who would be able to be on the diet that I am on and find it livable or even somewhat happy. Yeah. But you have to get there. It's a gradual thing, so I don't want people jumping right into it. I want people to slowly work superfoods into their diet, slowly take some of, the canola oils out, slowly get away from fast foods, incorporate the lemon water, and the other stuff will come in time. And eventually you're going to get to the point where you're like, damn, this really works. I feel good. I think I want to go to the next step. Yeah. And that's how it's a gradual thing. It's not a cold turkey thing.
Well, you're absolutely right. And I think what's prepared me for this journey is the fact that, we've had guests on to kind of help with the meditation and to, get to know thyself kind of stuff and to be able to.
You feel progressive. I like this.
Yeah. To be able to, to be able to tell your body and have your mind in a position where you can say, hey, look, body, you're going to get in line. You're no longer, you're not running me. I'm going to run you. And
so your listeners know about meditation and shock and energy.
We do.
And life forms outside of this planet and all that stuff.
Oh, absolutely. We're like I said, we are our listener, which is really cool. Let me tell you about our listenership. Most of our listenership came over from my days when I was doing hardcore political podcasts. I'm talking governments out to get you, governments, and they're going to be kicking in your door. They're going to be taking over they've already taken over your schools. They're taking over your churches. They're taking over, and the jackboot Nazis are coming for you. Those were the types of shows I was doing, and I was very successful at it. I mean, to the point where I was getting out to anywhere. I mean, any given night I'd have 2,000 listeners, but I would do 20 to 40,000 on some nights, depending on the guests. So a lot of the people that are listening to the show now or listen to me now come from that group. And what's really cool is that we're seeing a transformation. I think we're all coming together because for me, how do I say this? I was in that world of negativity for so long, for 2 years straight. And I was negative. I became that negative energy, and I left. I said, I can't. Sandy's like, I'm going to leave you. You know, you can't be this angry all the time. There's got to be something. So I left. And it got to the point, though, where I had some real good friends who have radio shows, like mainstream radio shows. And they said, Jeff, you know, I did a couple, Jeff, what's your opinion on this? So they kind of sucked me in. And they were, and I'm like, God, I really miss this. I really miss, you know, this communication with people and talking to different people.
Yep.
And they were like, well, we're going to get you back on the air. And I'm like, okay, I'll do it. But then I was like, I was sitting there and I'm like, but I don't want to do my old show. So what shall I do? And lo and behold, this whole time I'm listening to Art Bell. I've always been an Art Bell fan and stuff, you know, the paranormal stuff. Yeah. I get this voice, you know, in my head that says, you're going to take up where he left off. And I'm like, well, Art Bell just came back. You know, I can't compete with the man. I mean, he is the master of all paranormal. I said, I can't compete with that. And then a week later, it was kind of like the voice said, don't worry about it. Don't you don't worry about anybody else. You worry about what you're going to do and how your show is going to be. And so I wrote Art indirectly through a friend of mine, a political friend I've had on the show, my old show, she was the director of the Republican group, the organization there in Pahrump, Nevada, and just happened to be his next door neighbor.
Okay.
And so I reached out to her and I'm like, if you can get Art to give me any advice on how I can do this type of show,
yeah,
it would be greatly appreciated. I turn on the radio the next night, I send her the email. She's like, I'll see what I can do. I can't make any promises, but they're neighbors. I turn on the radio that night. Art Bell comes on the radio and he goes, you know, a lot of you guys ask me, you know, you guys in podcasts, if you can do it. He said, one piece of it, be yourself.
Yeah. Wow.
He said, be yourself. Yeah. And so I was like, boom, that was it. And then Art Bell then went off the air because people were shooting at him, and rightfully so. He has to take care of his family. So he went off the air and I was like, okay. So then I start doing my show, but I start mimicking my show like him, like his show when I first started out. Well, he does another show he comes on as a guest on a show. And it was funny because he comes back and he said, when I said be yourself, that means be yourself. Don't imitate me.
Right.
And I was like, there you go. I just got the lesson from the master. But like I said, you know, I didn't challenge. You know, I was told on multiple levels. Number one, do your own show, be yourself. The master who I looked up to, you know, said but then the advice came back is like, be yourself. And the show, this is my show and this is how we do it. And everybody, because of it's not as you are learning, we don't interview anybody. It's a conversation. We share.
Yeah. It's very fluid. It's and you get a lot of information. It's, you run a good show.
Thank you. I had guys on here who are like I had Leo Zagami on the show, and he is the head of, he's the Grand Master for the Roman Masonic Lodge. Mm-hmm. And he was like, Jeff, I have never in my life, he's like, and we become friends because I'm also a Mason. But it was funny because you are too?
Yeah.
There you go. See, there you go. But what was funny is that he's like, I said things on your show that I've never said openly and in public. Never. Yeah. And he goes, it was because we just talk.
Yeah.
And he goes, I felt comfortable in saying it. And so that's the advantage of this style. But this conversation that you and I are having, I could have in any coffee house. Yeah. I mean, that's what I feel. Thank you. Because that's exactly how I wanted it. I tell people it's like a dinner date, except I obviously am not cooking for you.
Right. Right.
We'll sit down. We'll sit and talk and have a good time.
But I think what you had just said about 5-10 minutes ago just struck a chord with me.
What's up?
Because I think you and I may have gone through a very similar cathartic experience, and that is, I came into all this stuff about 2006, 2007, right before the crash. The JFK conspiracies is kind of where I found myself. I started to take a look closer at 9/11. I started to question all this stuff I found out about the cabals. This conspiracy stuff started to had a ring of truth with me. And then I started to think outside of my own box. And I saw only the negative. I saw only the dark side. And I almost lost it. And actually, I wouldn't say it cost me my marriage. There was more to it than that, but it certainly didn't help the prior marriage that I was in. Yeah. Put it that way. Yeah. And at some point, fairly recently, since my current wife has come into my life, I have completely done a 180. I don't think that this dark force is going to be successful. In fact, I am positive it won't be. But this is part of the veil, and it's remarkable. This whole place is a massive illusion.
Yeah, it absolutely it is. And the thing is you can't come at it from the dark. You can't be angry because that's exactly what it is.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
You become what you are fighting. What you need to do, and that's what the show's all about, is that and we give alternative to that, is that you can be light, you can be love. That doesn't mean sit down and take it, because when my mom and dad punished me for being bad, that wasn't out of anger or hatred, that was out of love.
Right.
And so it's the same kind of concept, and that's what we do. Yeah, so we bring all sorts of different topics. What I find really amazing, though, is that all of our guests either, we have like Ed Roman's on here. We had Jennifer Batten. She was a lead guitar player for Michael Jackson in the Bad Days to the Blonde. Oh,
wow. Yeah.
But we have people. We have Manu Itarami, who was on Star. He's become a really good friend. And you will, what we find just utterly amazing. Like, I didn't know this side about you. You're the liver guy, right? But we are getting more and more people on this show that I would say are enlightened. When we start, they're like, oh yeah. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? Yeah. I think 9/11, there's something there that doesn't seem right. Right. And the cabal, and why are the world leaders, when they're building a tunnel, doing a satanic ritual? In Switzerland, why are they sitting there putting up with that? You and I, if I can tell you flat out, if I was at an event, and I don't care who's sitting next to me, and they're bringing out the goat, the man with the goat mask on, I'm getting up. I'm probably going to give you the big FU, and I'm walking the other way.
Right. Right. Exactly.
And our politicians are all sitting there, all clapping. They're all like, they're
the only ones who haven't gotten it.
Yeah. No, they got it. They got it. Right, they're part of it.
I know. I mean, they get it. But I don't think that they understand that I think it's a majority of people at this point have woken up.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, my whole industry thinks this way. I mean, there's nobody in the alternative medicine industry that doesn't more or less have the same philosophy.
Yeah.
But I am walking into stores, people in the street, and some way, somehow these conversations come up, and I walk away like, I'm floored. I think this is really happening.
Well, I mean, look at the current the political cycle. Yes. Everybody's like, you have the people who are like, oh, Trump is like, but then you pull them aside and you go, and they're like, oh yeah, we need strong borders. It's like, do you think he's batshit? Do you think he's crazy? And they're like, oh yeah, absolutely.
Right.
But he's better than Hillary. And the same thing, you go to the Hillary people and you go, you're always going to have the Kool-Aid drinkers on each side.
Oh, yeah.
But you go to the Hillary side and they're like, well, do you think, oh, yeah, she's unethical as heck. And it's like, why are we even having this discussion? I mean, why?
Right.
Why? Well, I think the reason why we can have a Hillary or a Trump is I think most Americans have checked out. They just look at politics. It's like that's just one big reality game. I don't care at this point. And that's not, and these politicians think, oh yeah, that's not a good thing, because what that tells you, Mr. Politician, is 80% of America, you can put a goat in the office and they don't think it's going to make a difference, because they know that
you become irrelevant.
Yeah. You have exactly.
Which is not what government wants.
Yeah. You have become irrelevant to us.
Yeah.
And
you know what? I'm a huge political junkie myself.
Sure.
My grandparents helped JFK get into the White House, and so I come from that kind of philosophy. And I've been on the right side and I've been on the left side, and now like looking at this, I don't know what your thoughts on it are, but I think again we're talking about the veil, right? The insaneness, the circus of this has created the environment where America is finally seeing how ludicrous the system is. And I don't really care who gets elected, left or right, it doesn't matter. Now I think people are really going to be involved in making sure that solutions are part of government, or getting rid of the government.
Yeah.
Really putting in a structure that supports us. And I think that's the real message to this cycle.
Yeah. See, for me, I have to take care of myself first, and then I have to take care of my family. Then I take care of my neighbor, and then I take care of my community. I can care less what happens in Washington, D.C.
You got it.
And that's the approach.
Yeah, and I don't get into discussions, political arguments and stuff anymore, because honestly, to me, it's irrelevant. It doesn't mean anything.
I'm a left-leaning libertarian. That's what my friends tell me, my college professor buddies. And so they're like, I believe that I believe in a sense of government to keep law and order. Yes. Because people will go amok if you don't have that. But I also believe that we need to take care of our people, in other words, our children and our elderly. Right. We need to take care of them. Everybody else that should work or could work, it needs to be working. Right. I'm not a firm believer in social handouts and all that stuff.
Right, exactly. But I mean, back in the early 1800s, I couldn't create a company without a charter.
Yeah.
And in the charter, you had to create a social good, and you were evaluated at the end of the charter. And if you didn't create a social good, you didn't get another charter and your company was closed.
You were done.
Well, that doesn't happen anymore. Yeah. But that's what needs to happen again.
Yeah. Yep. No, I agree. I mean, it's just, like I said, but what I love, like I said, about doing this show is there is so much, we get so caught up in the here and now.
Yeah.
And what I love about this show is that there are so many planes to our existence, and that has become clear. And we need to worry about those other planes. The here and now is nothing but a distraction to keep you from the ultimate truth and the ultimate. I'm learning. I don't know what it is yet, and when I find out, I will let everybody on there. But I am a firm believer that what is going on now in our lives that we perceive now is nothing but a distraction to keep us from the ultimate truth.
You're right.
And so that's what I'm going for. And I'm trying to, and unfortunately, like a good rabbi friend of mine once told me, he said, the problem with death is you no longer have knees that you can get down on and ask for forgiveness. and so it's kind of like that. So what death for me now has become, it's, maybe I will get to the ultimate truth through death, but I don't think so. I think you have to reach that while you are, that's the trick. That's the goal. And that's why we're here. Is to discover that. So hopefully in like 5 more years when you come back, and you'll be back before then. But when we're on the show, I'll be wearing the monk outfit and be a lot skinnier.
I love it. I love it.
And be talking peace. We already talk peace though. We don't put up with hate here. I just don't do it. I just don't. Okay. I make sure that we attack both sides.
Yeah, we gotta be on the right frequency.
That's right.
All of us.
So, as we roll on into the evening here, how is the best? I mean, obviously, livermedic.com. Is that the best way of reaching you?
Yeah. You can go on the website and you can shoot me an email from there. We have a ton of articles up there that people can read, and I write them I mean, obviously I know the science, but I write them for the layperson.
Yeah.
So, and there's enough detail in there that if somebody had a biological background, they could read it and say, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I understand the mechanism.
Yeah.
So, that's kind of, so for instance, the last article I wrote might be of some interest to you and your listeners. Have you ever heard of MTHFR gene mutation?
No.
Okay.
Sure.
So this affects close to 40% of the population, which is pretty. I would imagine some of your listeners right now probably have. My wife has it. So what this is, it's a mutation in our DNA for a specific enzyme, and if this enzyme doesn't come out properly, then it reduces your ability to have properly functioning hormones. It reduces the amount of B vitamins in your system. It reduces the amount of iron in your system. Anything that gets methylated, and I know that might be a term that's sort of abstract for a lot of listeners, but that means that hormones aren't broken down properly. That means that toxins don't get removed from your liver properly. That can give you thyroid issues. It leads to all kinds of other diseases. It can, in some cases, lead to certain types of cancers. So, and it's an easy test to figure out whether you have this gene mutation or not. And I wrote about it in this article. Once you figure this out, if you end up having it, you can change your diet a little bit. You can start taking supplements to offset it. You basically have to start getting methylated B vitamins. So everything has to be in its pre-methylated form because your body can't do it anymore. And then you have to, like our product hepatibin was designed for this MTHFR gene mutation. I'll be honest with you, Jeff, I didn't design it this way. Okay, so when we're talking about like a higher intelligence guiding us, that's what that is. It turns out that my product is dead on exactly what you need, minus the B vitamins. It's got the cysteine and the methionine and the glutathione and the milk thistle. I didn't do that, so I just find it, fascinating. But when people start to take the product, if they test positive for the MTHFR, a lot of them with Hashimoto's and other things where toxins build up in the system, they say, they have never felt better. So I'm happy to be able to put together something like that. But you can do it with diet too. You don't need a supplement, but it's helpful. But people need to know about it first.
Well, that's the thing, is that they don't know why they act. And like I said,
they don't know why they're depressed. They don't know why they feel fatigued. They don't know why their mood changes so drastically. They don't know why they're anemic. They don't know why a lot of these things. They don't know why they have sleep and stress issues. It could be, you got to get yourself tested for the MTHFR gene. So I just find this stuff fascinating. And I only found out about it maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And a lot of the doctors that I talked to, I would say half of my lecture hall knows about the MTHFR. And the rest of them, that's the first time they're hearing about it. And these are doctors. So it's pretty interesting.
That's great. I mean, how do you get tested? Do you go to endocrinologist or what chem panel or what test do you need to ask for?
Yeah, you can ask for an MTHFR test. Also, they have straight up DNA tests that you can order just online, and they're like $100. So it's not a hard thing. There's a doctor who's really good at this. I wish I could remember his name, but he runs a website, mthfr.net, and I think he promotes a testing service, 123 Test Me or something like that. And you get a whole DNA spectrum. And two of these, it's two genes. And these genes come up on that test, and that'll give you whether or not you have the MTHFR. And it's, as I said, it's $99 or $100 or something. So it's not very expensive. But I'll tell you, it'll completely change what you eat, what supplements you take, and at the end of the day, how you feel and whether or not you're getting toxins out of your body. That is a life-altering thing, and it affects 40% of people. So 40% of your listeners are listening to me and have no idea that this is affecting them. This could be life-changing for them.
Yeah, yeah. See, and that's one of the issues, though, is that, the 23andMe, the only issue I have with that's Google. That's Google's wife.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, that's Zuckerberg's wife who owns that. And one of the things that, I always wanted to do this testing, but the problem is that you don't know what else it's being used for.
Yeah, absolutely. And to your point, I probably will not be mentioning them anymore because I have no interest in promoting them for that purpose. Yeah, I just want people to get tested. So a very good point.
Yeah, we got to figure out. We'll figure out someone who's not. But yeah, 23andMe is Zuckerberg's, not Zuckerberg. It's I'll get her name, but yeah, she's a. Is it Zuckerberg? Is it Facebook? Hold on.
She's somehow affiliated with them?
Yeah, no, it's Google. Yeah.
It's Google, yeah. No, I agree with you. You don't know what kind of nefarious things are being done with these tests. So you should, I mean, it's like everything we talk about.
Yeah, that's Sergey. Yeah, it's Google. It's Sergey Brin's. But apparently they have divorced, but they met at Google, and Wojcik. But they're now divorced. But that was the concern part, is that, because that Google is a big data mining, right? So it's like,
don't give them any more information than they already have.
Yeah.
In that case, you can, I know you can order these things online and it'll come to you and you can do it in the privacy of your own home, or you can just go to your doctor.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, they do the genetic. We need to find, because I always wanted to find out where I came from, and my ancestry.
Yep.
But yeah, you have to be careful. Please pick one that is not going to take your information and use it other than providing you a genetic test.
Yeah.
I think in the 23andMe, that's not a medical process either. That's a corporation who's harvesting your DNA information.
Yeah.
So, we need to find one, because I think it is important, though. I think it is definitely important. I would like to know. I'd like to know where I come from. I'd like to know, these tests are getting so precise now that they're telling you your likelihood for XYZ diseases. And you need to be checked out for this or checked out for that.
So it's great that you brought that up, because I'm not a big So there's a study called epigenetics, which is essentially, so when we were talking about before, being in the right frequency, chakras, being positive, all of that stuff, and being of a higher consciousness, there's a lot of science going on right now that indicates that our consciousness, our belief patterns, what we are thinking actually not only influences DNA, influences our health, but when we do this kind of DNA testing and we say, well, if you have this certain code here, you have 40% chance of having, XYZ cancer, that is telling you an outcome and making you fearful about that.
Yeah.
This is the law of attraction. And what science is telling us is that you determine your future. And so don't believe those DNA tests so much. That's the epigenetic science.
The part that I treat it like weather report, right? When you get the weather report and it says 40% chance of rain.
Right.
What that means is that when they've seen these conditions before, it has rained 40% of the time.
And I don't discount that, or I completely agree with what you're.
But that doesn't mean it's going to rain today,
right?
And it doesn't mean it's going to rain on you, which means when they've seen these. All right, so it's kind of like, all right, when you smoke 6 packs of cigarettes a day, and you eat two cheeseburgers, every day, and you do this, you have an 80 to 90% chance of either dying of cancer or heart disease.
Right.
But that doesn't mean, I mean, I know people that smoke all the time. So you're in the 20%. Consider yourself lucky, go to Vegas.
Right. Right. Exactly.
but yeah, I mean, and I take those with a grain. Yeah, you are correct, because your DNA, I did not know this. I thought your DNA with what you had is what you have. I mean, and it doesn't, but apparently through your life, your DNA will mutate several times.
Yes.
Several times, if not hundreds of times through the period of your life.
And a lot of those changes you pass on to the next generation, not all of them, but a lot of them.
Yeah.
So absolutely. But I mean, again, like, the science that's coming out that's showing that your level of consciousness can influence DNA, the actual assembly of your genetic structure, is mind-blowing. So, make sure that, blessing your food and being thankful and, being nice to other people and thinking kind thoughts and that kind of stuff, that's not just gobbledygook. Yeah. That actually gets imprinted, hardcore printed into our genetic imprint. I mean, it's just amazing.
Well, it does. This is the one thing that look, I was the guy, like I said, who was always, how's your day? Go F yourself, right? I was a a-hole Chicagoan, right? Or whatever.
I grew up in Boston. I'm the same.
So the same thing. So, you're South, whatever. That's a different story, different day. By the way, Boston's one of my favorite cities, to go to. The thing is that I was that person. I was that negative, angry person, and it protruded. And now I had Gerard Artisan on. He was from Norway, and he did a show, and he, he's in touch with beings. You listen to that show. That's a great show too, that we did an interview with him. And he said, look, he goes, we could end the war today. We can end all war, all famine, everything today, right now. We have it in our powers to do that. And I'm like, okay, of course, naturally, I'm taking the bait. And he said, if everybody took this notion of be love and to go up to someone that they have no connection to and just be peace to them, be love to them, say, hey, I appreciate you. Is there anything I can help you with in your life that you need help? And be that person like that. It would end war instantly. It would end famine. It would end everything. And it was just a great interview. And that's how I am. I mean, today, I'm telling myself that Sandy and I are going to get the $10 Burger King, you get the 2 Whoppers, fries, and soda for $10. We're doing that. And the girl at the thing was like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm like, why are you apologizing to me? And she was like, well, because she was handing me a drink, and she thought it was, I said, why are you, I said, don't ever apologize, especially to me or whatever. I said, because that means that you feel less than me. Right. And I said, don't ever put yourself in that position. You and I are equals. Right. And be that person. Yeah. And I said, and I told her, I said, go in peace. And she looked at me like, what the heck? But then when she came back to the window, she was like, and I'm like, yeah, we're all equal here. Don't ever, I understand, like, if you step on someone's toe, I'm sorry. But we've gotten to the point in society in which people feel less than other people, and they feel like they have to apologize for their presence in our world. And I'm sitting there going, no, we are equal. Yep. Don't ever apologize to anybody, because you feel less than, don't ever do that. We are all equal, and we need to get back to that belief system that we're all equal, and we all serve a purpose. And it's not to hand me a big, freaking heart attack in a sack through a window.
Right. And right. Totally agree.
But it was a great experience on both ends. I mean, Sandy's looking at me going, who the heck are you? And then the girl's like, it made her day. Here she is thinking that all she is the girl that hands a sack at Burger King, and that's all she'll ever be. And it's like, no, don't ever think that.
If we lived in that sort of random act of kindness mode all the time, I totally agree with you. It wouldn't, I don't know how many people it would take. It wouldn't require everyone.
No, it's contagious.
You know what I mean? Yeah, absolutely.
It's contagious. It's definitely contagious. And then what will happen, and I told people, and this is crazy. I'm going to share this. And I think I've shared this story once before, but since I've been doing these shows, my mind has been opened up, and I've been working with Laura McDonald, and she's a hypnotherapist, regression hypnotherapist. And we've been talking, and I've had like some crazy dreams, but one of the dreams that I had was Linda Moulton Howe, which, that voice when you hear her. Who she is, especially if you're in the paranormal and you do a lot of paranormal radio shows, listening to them, who Linda Moulton Howe is. But she's given a congressional testimony. And this is actually a message that was given to me. It was just done in her form because I was listening to another pair. I was listening to Art Bell and Jim Mars talking about UFO abductions and stuff. I blank away. I blank away from that conversation in my ears. I'm sleeping. And I kind of go to this congressional hearing with Linda Moulton Howe, and she's talking about how she was talking to von Braun and all of the great scientists, and how they said we have wasted our intellect. We, instead of making war and making machines of war, we should have been making machines of peace. And if we would have taken all the money that we spent in war and making devices of war, and we would have applied it to education, health, all of the things that war takes away from us. Right. We would be a society that would have the megalith, trains and the alternative energies, and everybody would be fulfilled in their life. And, what a powerful message. And that was a mess. And it's just crazy. And that's, it's kind of like this show. This is what we become. And it's just, but like I said, can't get that message out to people if I'm in the grave.
No, I agree.
And if I do, that would make a great show.
But I'll tell you, the more this is a fascinating conversation. I never talk about this stuff in interviews either. I dance around the topic of.
You're with friends.
I don't know who my listeners are.
Yeah, no, you're with friends here.
Right. Yes. I feel that.
Yeah.
But I definitely, I can feel you are an integral piece of this consciousness move. I feel it. And it's just so wonderful to be on the program. And you might, be in a position to correct me, or maybe, your listeners or something like that. But my feeling, some of the things that I've been hearing, about, the potential future that's got me, much more positive is that, we're sitting here in a very dense dimension, this third dimension, a lot of strife and war, and we're sort of piecing out, the sort of light workers from the dark and all of that stuff. And from what I understand, there is going to be a shift. So, right now, other dimensions can interact in the third dimension, but this consciousness wave that's passing, we're either passing through or passing over us, is going to permanently make a rift between this third dimension, which I guess is either going to stay where it is or go down or something. And those people who sort of are negative, not of the right frequency, are going to kind of stay in this terrible, and the place will be terrible. Yep. It'll be a hell on earth. But all of those that resonate without fear, and that are in this sort of higher sense of consciousness, are going to elevate to another dimension. Yep. And it will be, I guess, somewhat seamless, and it might be instantaneous. That I don't know. Yeah. But I get that. I get the fact that it doesn't matter to me whether the rest of the world understands or believes what I think. Yeah. I really don't give a what. Yeah. What I want to make sure is that I take as many people who I love with me.
Yeah.
And that's basically, and that I stay on the right path. Because I don't want to be in the hell on earth.
Yeah, you don't want to live in a world of the Putins and you're absolutely, that is so cool to hear you say that, because that is so true. We have so many guests that come on here. Joseph Reyna, Five Eagles comes on, and he talks about a pulse that's coming with Nibiru and the Planet X, and how it's basically, don't be afraid, because the word human actually is light. The human is the lighted individual. We're of light, and don't be afraid of the demons and the things that go bump in the night, because at the end of the day, we're light. They can't touch us.
Yeah, we're infinite beings.
Yeah, and it's our job. It's and it's cool that you say that. Because even in the spiritual world, if you're a Christian, I don't know what your beliefs are, but all religions have this same kind of underlying tone. Yeah. That when the Nation of Islam was created and Christianity, and Abraham was very upset with this, because he had his maidservant that Sarah sent off into the desert, and that's where the Muslim community came. God made it perfectly clear to Abraham in his distress, said, "Don't worry about them. I will take care of that. Don't you worry. You need to worry about this right here that I've given you." Right. And that's kind of how I am. You want to get peace at yourself. You watch the craziness. Now, I am concerned because, yes, I want to take as many people with me. Yeah. I want you to come on this journey, and I hope that you become fulfilled and you can go, because anybody would want that for their fellow human being. Of course. The problem is I can't worry if you're going to make it or not, because that is your choice. And also that's between you and your maker. Right. God has made it perfectly clear to me, my spiritual being has made it perfectly clear to me that is not who am I? What arrogance do I possess to think that I can do, have control over that too. So it's like, here's your message, get your message out there, let it lay where it's going to lay. And if people want to pick that message up and go with it with you, great. If they don't, sorry. And that's how we built this show. I mean, this show it's organic, and it is what it is. And if, I tell people we had a guy come on last night who first words out of his mouth was a cuss word. I said, "That's inappropriate. See you. Bye." I mean, this is not who we are. Right.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And I think you said something that was just so poignant, which was, you can't worry about other people, because I think that being here, what a magnificent time to be alive. It is just, you think about it, all the thousands and thousands of years of human history, and this is the time that we're alive? Yeah. This transition?
We've seen, think about it. And I'll tell you that Joey, Bouvier, well, I won't say the last name, but Joey is joining us, and says the shift is happening now. It has been happening for quite a while now. I agree. Yeah. We're moving from the age of Pisces into the age of Aquarius. We are, all right, here you go. Where do you live now? General location. I don't want to know your specific location.
I'm about 20 minutes south of Hartford, Connecticut.
So you're in Connecticut. All right. So on HBO, here you go. I'm gonna introduce you to something new, or maybe not. Please. So on HBO there was a show, and those in the chat room, don't say anything in the chat room yet, because I don't know if Brenda's watching our chat. So there was a show on HBO. It's called Sex, and I'm not going to finish the rest of it.
Okay, I don't know it.
Sex. It had Michelle Gellar in it. It had the three girls.
Oh, Sex in the City?
Sex in the City, right?
Oh, sure, yeah.
All right, so write that down, Sex in the City. If you put that in your brain, right?
Yeah.
There was a bologna company called Oscar
Mayer.
Meyer. Write that down, right?
Okay.
When the Zapruder film came out, the assassination of President Kennedy, and you were tied to that, or not tied to the assassination, but you said your family. How many people were in the car?
1, 2, 3, 4.
All right. So 4, write that down. All right. So you have those all written down, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So there's a thing out there called the Mandela effect. And it goes exactly what you're saying. There's an alternative universe that has been opened up. Some think that it's been CERN has done it. Yep. CERN did it. They opened it up. Yep. Others think, it's just happening, right? Well, I can tell you that there is no sex in the city. It's Sex and the City. Google it.
Oh, I know. I have. I just came across this past month. What you're talking about?
There is no such thing as Oscar Mayer. It's Oscar Mayer.
Right. Yes.
And there's 6 people in the limousine that Kennedy was assassinated in and not for.
Holy smoke!
So what is happening is our cognitive memories, things that we remember, is being manipulated by this other. Here's another one. So
Volvo, right?
Volvo. Here's another one. Like the cereal. Yeah. It was Loops. What was the first thing?
Oh, Fruit.
Yeah, no, it's Fruit. F-R-O-O-T for Loops now.
Yeah, I came across this last month, and my mind was blown.
Yeah, it's called the Mandela effect, and the reason why it's called the Mandela effect is because a lot of people think that Mandela was. Now, my memory of Mandela was that he died just recently. A lot of people think that Mandela died years ago, and that's about the time that this shift happened. This alternative universe is starting to come in play, and what's happening is that our physical realm. We're in the physical, and our mental is still, our mind is still kind of in the other one. So you're kind of undecided. Now, I will warn you, though. Let me warn you. Don't dwell on it. It's fascinating stuff, but don't dwell on it. And the reason why you don't dwell on it is because it creates stress, which increases. I had Dr. Mary Wingo on here, and she's a stress expert. You obviously know too. You know the biomechanics of stress.
Oh, I do.
It creates stress. When you create stress, you increase your cortisol levels. Your cortisol levels then makes your memory, your mind becomes more malleable. In other words, you will absorb things and it will erase. What will happen is you'll find over a period of time, a lot of these things that you thought you knew and stuff will slowly be erased. And they'll be replaced with so the more you think about it, the more you let it, tug at you, the more you're going to allow it to, you're going to start having doubt and say, well, yeah, maybe it was Oscar Mayer. Maybe it was Sex in the City. Maybe there was only 4 of the people where darn well, because you wrote it down. And that's why I had you write it down. So put that away because in 3 or 4 years, we'll revisit it or, hopefully we're friends and we'll revisit what you wrote down and we'll see if you believe, because I'm already seeing people say, I was wrong. It was Sex. And, they already bought it. Sex in the City. It was Oscar Mayer and it was, there were 6. I was wrong. And so what's happened is because they stressed about it, their mind was manipulated. It increased the cortisol levels and like a hard drive, your brain was erased and then reprogrammed with the new information.
Yeah, no, I'm a total believer in this stuff. I am a total believer.
Yeah, there's islands that have moved, like the Galapagos, the New Zealand. New Zealand is up. Where was New Zealand in relation to Australia?
Directly east.
But was it north, south?
Oh, I think I saw this too. It's south now or something?
No, it's north now.
It's okay. That doesn't make any sense because I always thought it was south.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what I'm saying is that things are these universes are bleeding into each other.
Yeah,
they're commingling, and things are slowly. You're going to find that things will slowly start to change.
Yeah, and I was raised Christian. I've researched every religion out there, and I remember them talking about the rapture.
Yeah,
and as a young adult, I'm like, the rapture. Come on, you guys, that's ridiculous. But now that I'm getting into this and understanding what's taking place with these dimensions, that clearly looks like a distinct possibility.
Yeah. Some of us will be in one, and some of us right now we're in both.
Yeah.
We're in both. Yeah. And, but it is starting to, more and more, and there's going to be more turmoil because people, like I said, it will confuse you and angry. I mean, think about it. If I came to you and said, your name is no longer Brandon, your name is Jeff. Your name was never Brandon. Can you imagine what that would do to your psyche as an individual? Now it's like movies, it's like little things, but it's going to get more and more prevalent as we progress. And that's why it's very important that as you remember things like this, you write them down. So that way you don't stress on them, because when you stress, it's going to open you up for the big reprogramming. Just write them down, put them away. And, it's crazy, but everybody I talk to on the show, everybody says the same exact things that you just said. I actually have Manu Itarami on here, and he's an actor. He was on Star Trek, one of the characters on Star Trek. And he was like, no, it's Sex and the City. He goes, I interviewed for a role on that movie, and I hated the director, the guy that wrote it. He goes, and he was like, no, he goes, it was Sex and he's going to call the director up now and say, what's the name of your show? And he's going to get him on but Mana's funny. And he's like, yeah, he goes, man, I auditioned, not interviewed. I auditioned to be a cast member on that show. I know what the name of the show is. It's Sex and the City. I'm like, no, it's not. Go look it up.
That's amazing.
And he's like, there's just no way. I mean, it's just, it's like I said, we are shifting into that realm, but
and I look forward to this shift.
I do too.
Oh,
well, it ain't like you're going to stop it.
Right. Yeah. It's not like right. Exactly.
You just have to choose. Yeah. Choose where you want to go.
Yeah, I agree.
You can be a creature of dark and evil and have evil heart, or you can be a creature of light and, because that's all, unless you're a sociopath, everybody wants that.
We've got plenty of those around, but I agree with you. I think the closer we get to that moment, the more stark the population, I mean, we're getting pushed into one end or the other. Mm-hmm. I see a lot more people getting pushed into the light. I don't really come in contact with a lot of people in the dark.
Yeah, because you don't hang out in DC.
Right? Yeah, I don't go to Washington.
You don't go to Washington. So. You don't hang out in corporate pharma.
Right. Right.
Where it's all about dicing and slicing and. Right.
I don't take day trips to Monsanto and Merck. That's not my daily itinerary.
But that's right. Where you're not you haven't been messing around with the D-Wave computers. And we're
right, exactly.
I mean, D-Wave, they've actually, I'll tell you this, we had Dr. Ram on, Richard Allen Miller. And, and yes, I know the technology out there, but they have the D-Wave quantum computers now where they basically have simulated every human being and their emotion, except their emotional state. So they can simulate something and they can pretty much tell you within an nth degree what you're going to do.
Yeah, I've heard about this. It's a little bizarre.
No, it's there.
Yeah, I believe it.
It's there. I remember there's a reason I can tell you this, when I was at Fermi, they had a 3D lab that was hooked up to Los Alamos. The reason why we don't do nuclear testing above ground or below ground is because we don't need to. They have every city modeled, 3D modeled. They can take a nuclear warhead, walk into a room that basically it's kind of like like the Star Trek holograph room, but of course you got to wear headsets to use it. Use a lot of times at Argonne National Lab or at Fermi Lab, they had microbiologists that were in there at the molecular level moving molecules around and attaching them and stuff. And then they were seeing the outcome. The computers were predicting, all right, this is what it would do. But they can take a nuclear warhead. They have these cities mapped out, put it anywhere in the city, detonate it where it's at, and they can tell you within a few hundred, like casualty rates, everything. Wow. And they can simulate these nuclear in real time. So it's just, Yeah, we become a virtualized.
The time has come.
Yeah.
You know, that the movie The Matrix, I mean, people used to laugh about that being an actual possible reality, but
we could be. I mean, it's all perception. Your visual side, you know this. You're visual. You're a doctor. You know how it works. Mm-hmm. Well, you're not a doctor.
No, I'm a research scientist.
Research scientist. So MBA. Yeah. But, you're a scientist, but your vision is nothing but an interpretation of light.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yes.
And then your brain processes it. So my world, I can look at a picture. That's why the whole, ink dot test, right? That's
subjective.
That's why it's subjective, because it's your interpretation of what you're seeing, and your interpretation versus my interpretation are two different things.
Yeah, I've had these. I can't tell you how many times I've had this conversation. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. That's a great example of that.
Well,
too.
That's why, look, that's why, like, with what's happening, like Ferguson. And what happened at Ferguson? You had a white officer shoot a black man, and vice. So how can so many people be wrong? Well, and they're not. But the thing is this is it. We want to live in a world of right or wrong because we want to be able to say we were right, you were wrong. But the reality of it is this: what you saw is what you saw, and what you saw is what you saw. Now we need to determine, what is if your actions, not what you saw, but if your actions were justified.
Right.
Because what you saw, we're not doubting you. You saw a person coming towards you. You saw a person with their hands up.
Yep.
But the thing is that we need to, not what you saw, we need to see what your actions were, and if those were justified in nature, and you're basing it upon what you saw, you need to have a little bit stronger case of that.
Yeah, I agree with you. And this comes down to that real fundamental question of all of the experiences in your life. Where have they happened?
Yeah.
They all have happened inside your head.
Exactly.
You have to think about that.
Well, which is crazy, because I had Lori McDonald, the first thing I asked her when she came on the show, I said, when a person is hypnotized, is their creative process of their brain, the part that does creativity, is it isolated, or is it actual part of the brain process that you're hypnotized? And she said, no, it's separate. Yeah. She goes, it's separate. They've done studies, and she said that basically your creative process is turned off during hypnotherapy.
Wow.
So then my thing is you almost got to believe it then, because I can see where someone who tells themselves over and over again, I was abducted by a UFO. Right. That's a creative thing, right? In your brain, or actually it was real. But if you're hypnotized and that creative brain is still active, then that creative brain can bleed through. But if you're telling me that creative brain, that part of the brain, the lobe of the brain is not active, is not part of the hypnotherapy process, and then you still hear these people saying that they were abducted or they experienced this. And the other part of it is, though, see, a lot of people are caught up in the close encounter of the third kind, like the physical thing. You got to remember, you're right. Your brain is your perception. So who's to say that they're just not wiring into your brain?
Right. Yeah,
directly.
Absolutely.
They don't have to take you anywhere.
Right.
They can wire directly right into your brain and play that, what do you think dreams are?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, and the other part of it is, like ghosts and aberrations and things like that. They're operating at a different frequency.
That's right.
They might be here. You can't see them. The wavelength that we can identify, we're talking about wave technology. Yeah. The visual spectrum is so small on that spectrum.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
I am so glad you said that, because I say take the light spectrum, go Google it, and then look at where the visual piece of that is.
Oh, it's a sliver.
It's like 1/100th of the total spectrum.
Yeah. I mean, you work with computers,
Yeah.
If all you have is a keyboard and a mouse, you can't get, how much information can you get into the computer?
That's right.
And that's what we're dealing with. We're not even dealing with a keyboard. We're dealing with a mouse. These five senses are very, very, they're not articulate enough to be able to figure out the universe.
Yeah. And Hoey says, not true. And Hoey, I hope I'm saying your name right. I know how to say your last name, but I don't want to say your last name on the air. But it says, not true. Some of us can see them. We have 4 ghosts in our home. Yeah, there are some people that can see.
Yeah.
Well, it's not sight, though. And this is the thing. I think I had Lloyd Auerbach on, which he's a huge ghost researcher. It's not that, remember, sight is not sight as you think. What it is sight is perception of what you're seeing. And so your brain, you actually, if you took a video camera, you wouldn't see anything there. In a physical manifestation. This is his theory. What it is that they are imprinting on your cerebral and inside your cortex in your brain. And that's what so yes, I do agree that in essence, call it what you want. At the end of the day, you perceive them. Call it sight, call it, imprinting or whatever. Yes, ghosts, there are certain people who perceive them. I notice that when I'm in different states of mind, I perceive things differently. It's like a blind person who has, super sensitive hearing, or like a deaf person that has super incredible sight. It's the same thing, is that, your senses, some people are able. So I do agree with you, that, that people do, we use the word visual in such a broad term, but I do believe people perceive and receive, they see that.
That's
we want to, but visually, it's not a visual process. It's a perception process.
Yeah, that makes sense. Interesting. I like this.
This is what we talk about all night long. And then, of course, we got Deb. Drop Facebook, man. Facebook. I'll tell you, Brendan. Facebook has this tendency that they'll drop the show. Now it's actually back on there and it's cool, but they drop the show once in a while, and it's usually, and it's funny because this company that lays claim against us is in South Korea, and so when I go to ask the company, I'm like, what song do you think you own? Because I'm gonna let YouTube know that, because these are songs that are provided to us via YouTube. And the songs that aren't YouTube are the ones that we actually own. We paid for to have made, and we own the composer. We don't own the composer, but the composer gave us the songs exclusively. But they always Facebook. Whenever we get on the edge, we were talking about Big Pharma and stuff. Facebook dropped the feed, the live feed.
Incredible. It doesn't surprise me in the least. But.
Oh no. Because they have, YouTube actually has a new policy that if you monetize your feed, your videos through them, and you go against one of their advertisers, they will block your monetization.
Wow.
That came out like 2 weeks ago. There was a guy, I hate to say it, there was a guy I watch, he's got over 1 million subscribers. He's one of the biggest guys in the business, and he's a computer guy. He is a computer guy, and he's got a weight issue. He's even bigger than me. And he's dealing with a lot of, he has to make decisions for himself now, because he's been on all of these drugs that we were talking about. Yeah. And he's talking about, on this one video he shoots up there, he said, he goes, I need to get off these drugs. They're messing with me. This is not right. I don't feel good about who I am. I got to get off these drugs. And YouTube banned that video.
Wow.
Here's a guy getting on there on YouTube. He's got over 1 million followers.
Wow.
So he's a big, his videos at any given time, he'll have 500,000 to 750,000 people watch his videos. And he just blasted Big Pharma. And he said, I got to get off these drugs. These are crazy. But YouTube banned the video.
Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about when we reference consciousness.
Yeah.
And we're talking about vaccines, and we're talking about the ADHD drugs, the Ritalin, and the psychotropics, and all that stuff. I don't see it any other way than an anti-consciousness type of move. That's the way I look at it now.
Yeah. Well, I think I think what they're doing, those drugs are keeping you from becoming enlightened.
Exactly.
They block that part of your brain that they block your emotions. They block your creativity.
Yes.
And it definitely, I think it is. I think there's a movement afoot with big pharma and big corporations, talk about conspiracy theory, to keep people from becoming enlightened themselves. And, I'm a firm believer. Man, I hate to do this because we are having such a great conversation. And I think we can have a whole nother one, but we got to set limits, my friend.
I hear you.
It is 2:00
it's been great.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
But I appreciate it. Hey, before we say goodnight, once again, and of course I'll have links to your site on the guest page for tonight's show and everything. But why don't you go ahead and give people out your address, if there's anything you want to talk about that we missed or whatever, this is the time to do it, and I'll shut up.
Okay, yeah, sure. So the website again is livermedic.com. Go there. There's contact information there. We've got an 800 number there. Send me an email, contact me that way, read the articles. We've got a Facebook page that's got all kinds of information on health, not just liver health. And that's Liver Medic on Facebook. And get yourself tested for the MTHFR gene mutation. That's big. Your liver has no nerves, so if it's hurting, it's not going to tell you with a pain, down there. And if you're serious about being conscious, then you should be serious about your health and getting rid of the toxins. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. All right, Brendan. I appreciate you coming on the show tonight. It was
you and I have to hook up, and
we will
send you some product, and we'll get you in good shape.
I'm gonna look. This is what I'll do. We'll do a clinical study. We'll do it, man. I'll weigh myself. I'll be honest. I'll put my weight up there. I'll take my measurements or whatever. We'll do the program. I'll report on it every night that I will come on the show. Every night, and I will report where I'm at in the process, and
awesome.
Successes, failures, how I'm feeling. I'll do that. I'll share that. That's no different than me saying, "Hey, look, this is a great book. You need to read it."
Perfect. I appreciate that. We'll get you in good health, and that would make me feel good about my, influencing you. And clearly, you're doing something that is so important.
Thank you.
That you need to be around to do it. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, absolutely. We need more people. That's the other thing too, is that we need to get more people doing these shows.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, we need to get more people on the air and more people awake and scare the crap out of them. We're coming
one step
for you.
At a time.
One step. That's right. One step. To be honest with you, that's exactly right. We need to one step at a time. Don't get ahead of ourselves and don't become grandiose. That's the message I just got in my head. It didn't come in my earphones. I don't have anybody talking to me in the earphones. It just came in my head. It said, "Don't be grandiose." Just be who you are and stay the path, and you'll be okay. Wow. Well, hang in there, because I think you're going to appreciate this song. And for those that, don't hang up, Brendan. Hang in there and listen to this song, because I think you're going to appreciate it. I get so many guests that hang up when I start playing the outro music and everything, and they miss it. And so this is very
Jeff, no problem.
Right,
thanks again. I appreciate it.
Not a problem. Be well, my friend. So once again, Brendan Gaughran, and I never asked him if I said his name properly in the back, or if I said his name properly, his last name and everything. I'm sure I'll hear it here in a little bit. But you've been listening to the Midnight Ocean. What a show. Guys, we talked about liver health, but it's amazing how many people are enlightened. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for participating in chat room. Joey, thank you. If you're coming from the great country of, France, welcome. Not all Americans are jerkwads. And Debbie, of course, you over there in the Spreaker land, you guys, John, Lasers in the Jungle, all you guys, Laura, that are joining us on the, in the chat room there in, YouTube. Thanks guys for joining us tonight. But like always, as we end the show, I just want to say, you know, if you can be anything in the world, be love.
It's what you do.